All right, I think we are live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Hope you guys are enjoying the beginning of your weekend, and I'm excited, as always, to see what messages come through this evening and what kind of lovely messages we'll get from Spirit. So, before we get into all that, though, let us start by coming back to this moment. We'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. The important thing is slow exhale out, to slow down, come back to this moment, out of the chaos, out of the future, out of the past, into this moment, and we can let this beautiful energy come in. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl too for some additional beautiful love energy. So if you want to join me in doing that, we'll begin by taking that big deep breath in. So here we go, big deep breath. Beautiful. Pardon me. And then we will use the singing bowl here. We'll hit it 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that beautiful love energy flow down into us, fill us up, flow out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to raise a love vibration. If you want to immediately begin to raise your vibration, gratitude is a powerful energy. Just one little tiny thing that we're grateful for can expand our energy and immediately start to raise. And the more we're grateful, the more we magnetize ourselves to receive more of what we're grateful for, including messages from Spirit. So we will do that. So here we go. 3 times. Remember gratitude. And you can breathe deeply too as this is happening to help ground yourself even more. Here we go. Beautiful. She's just going to keep singing, I tell you. Wow. Very powerful energy. So thank you so much for joining me. And wow, I always have to come back a little bit from that energy. It just, when I first bought the singing bowl over a decade ago, I got it online. I could hear it. It was a website, I think, is what I bought it. And you can click and hear it. And as soon as I heard it, I felt, wow, goosebumps. And it just resonated so well with me. And then when I got it, the first time I hit it, I mean, I feel like I went somewhere else, like off to a Buddhist monastery, Tibetan monastery up in the mountains somewhere in the Himalayas or somewhere. I felt like I went far, far away. And it always does that. It's beautiful energy. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hello, hello, everyone. All my Zen friends. If you're new to my channel, new to these readings, hey, hey, I'm your brother Z, and we're here to spill the tea, as we say. So, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, huge, huge hearts. So grateful for that and for their senses of humor, too. We love to laugh, we love to spread love. And so, there's always room for more Zen friends. So, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations get priority. It talks about how to make a donation in there. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 card readings, but we dive deeper into donations. You get a fortune cookie of some sort, an oracle card as well with the donation. And I do get to free readings every session. Just it takes a while sometimes to get to those, so appreciate your patience in those. After the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know we're fancy here. I tell you what. So if you ever have a question out there, you want to make sure we got to your reading, you can check the pinned comment after the stream is ended. Find your reading, click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. Very, very handy dandy. I do offer personal readings, private readings, recorded and virtual if you're wanting those as well. The recorded readings are at a very reduced price because I don't have to look pretty. You just see my hands, and we do the reading on the camera facing down onto my little mat of readingness down here. So if you want to see me live and have a specific time that we meet, it's a little more expensive there because I have to get pretty and everything. Anyway, I also have energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area of the video. And every full moon and new moon, I do have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer if you win. We do have a full moon in Scorpio coming up on May 1st, May Day, here in the United States. I think that's what they call it. So here's the link on how to get into the giveaway. And today, I think it was this morning, we put out the how to make the most of the full moon energy. Before every full moon, new moon, I do put out a video talking about how to make the most of that specific moon with that energy that it's in, because when it changes signs, it has different energy, and we can really amplify using that specific energy. I also have a video called The Basics of Making the Most of Full Moon. All these are free, but this one dives deeper into the release energy portal, energy that we have with the full moon. And then also affirmations, how to create great affirmations that help us replace that energy that we're letting go of on a full moon. So if you're interested in all those, like I said, all that is free. You can check it out. And then also every 2 weeks ish, I do have a podcast that comes out called The Easier Path. This last one, Adventure 15, is all about the empath's heart song. Talks about all of you that have such huge empathic abilities, huge hearts that you feel everyone's emotions. It tells you kind of why. There's some different reasons why you have such a, expanded one. And of course, hints on how you can ride the emotional tidal wave instead of having it smack you around. So if you're looking at that and working on the next one that will be out next week, which is about how to grow your empathic abilities. So that'll be fun, right? So that's all the blah, blah, blah. Mainly, Venus did go into Gemini this morning today. So if you want to find out more about that, in the beginning of the session last night, we talked about Venus and Gemini energy. So it'll be in there through May 19th. So if you want to check it out, just check out the beginning of the video and we'll talk about more tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. Whoa, as I knock stuff around here. There was something. Yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. I was like on Sunday. Why do I think today's Saturday for some reason? Yeah, Neptune enters Gemini tomorrow as well. So that'll be interesting. So I'll talk about that in um probably would have been good to talk about it in this session. What time does it go into that? Oh, okay. It happens at 8:50 PM Eastern Standard Time, so I can talk about it at the beginning of the session tomorrow. And we have time before it hits. All right, so we'll talk more about that. So that is all the blah blah blah. So thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna do some shout outs. Make sure I have everyone on the list, and we'll get into the readings here. We'll start at the bottom here. So Livia Vagara, hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Cheers, cheers. Thank you so much for all your kindness here. So glad to have you here with us today too. I love it. Boom, boom, boom. Happy Friday. And we have Sudeshna Ghosh. So Sudeshna, we do have 3 donations for you this evening. So 2 in the beginning and then a couple in the middle, and then you there. So we'll get to all of those though. So good to see you. We do have Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. We've got your free reading on the list. Good to see you. Hi, little hand. We have Cat Mia. Hey, Cat Mia. I love your question. We'll dive into that. I got you on the free list here. And let's see here. We've got Lotus of Serendipity. I love that. Archangel Michael. I'll get to connect with him tonight. I'm so excited. Or them. They really don't have a, he has really a lot of divine masculine energy, but they don't have any gender, right? So them, the original thems. But so Lotus, we got you on there, and then Maria P. I got your 2 donations via Z PayPal, and then you're also on the free readings here. So I got you there. And we have Ascending Universal Butterfly, of course. Thank you for all of your wonderful support on the channel. I do have your uh, free reading on the list as well. So we've got you there. And see here, those are all of you here. Just make sure no one snuck in between anything you were posting out there. All right, and I think got Sudeshna on there. We got Ashish Balkaran. Yeah, I do have you on the free list from earlier today, and Swellroot Bobby and Minihill. So all of you guys are probably asleep or doing other things. That was much earlier today. So we got you on the list though once we get to that. So we have it all on the lists here. We got Lauren of the Light. Hey, Lauren, welcome, welcome. Favorite, hi. So I did have your donation pop through here. So thank you for that. And we got you on the donation list as well here. All right. So I think that's everyone. Let me just update that. And so where we're at on donation, so Sudeshna will be up first for 2, and then Maria P times 2, and then back to Sudeshna, and then over to Lauren of Light. So that is where we're at. We're going to continue to use this Arcanum little hybrid tarot oracle deck tonight. Used it last night. I just feel like we're still in Leo moon energy. Just felt drawn to this deck. We still have the Talisman Oracle if you have a donation of $5 or more, or if all of your donations add up to $5 or more, you get a Talisman Oracle. Otherwise, we'll continue with the Sweet Dreams, little one. And if we get through all of those, we might not get through those tonight. We have the You Are Awesome deck as the next one. So I'm excited. That's a great, fun deck. All right. Let's take a cheers. We got to do a cheers. Cheers, cheers, all my Zen friends. Clink, clink. And just know that I love you. I'm so grateful that we're on this journey together. And thank you for all the thumbs up to help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, helping spread love through the planet. Because when you do that, and when you guys attend these and watch my other videos and like them and comment on them, all that stuff helps the algorithm, helps me get out in front of more people. So we can have them also receive and hear from spirit. So cheers, cheers. Thank you guys so much. I love you. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So let us dive in. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Sudeshna, you're up at 1519 is for the first one here. So there is your timestamp. Oh, let me give you your donations up here. Love and likes here. And yours is the next one too. So I'll just give them all love and a like here. All right. So your first one here. So have you applied to many job applications? You're just an application ninja, are you? Boom, 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 getting them done. So let's take a look here. You want to know, will you get selected for any of these following ones? And so based on current energies, we'll step off into the future, see what we got here. Will you get selected with PwC? Okay, that one's that way. Any job offer from there. The second company is Highland. We've got two for them. See what we got there. KPMG is a number 3. Okay. I feel like that one's for that one. And then you have Genpack. Well, these three are something separate. That wasn't Genpack. That's Genpack, but we'll see what this other energy is here too. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Moon card as your overall energy in seeking jobs. It's funny because the moon energy is like a ton of emotional. Whenever we're talking about career, they keep on bringing up emotion. You know that you're going to have, the moon card is about something being revealed from the emotional center, from below the depths of the emotional sea. So there's something arriving in your heart. You're going to be finding out more and more about what is your heart's desire. It's like the Kraken is about to be released, like from that movie, Rah! And it's gonna be a beautiful, not a monster though. It's gonna rise from the sea, and it's like wow, So I like that. So specifically, though, you wanted to know about PwC. You do have here the Magician, so there is possibility with that one PwC because the Magician is this one takes your focus on what you're grateful for, kind of this releasing, trusting. I've got everything inside of me. I've got everything to qualify for anything within me. When I release and surrender it, I'm like, I trust you, Creator, that you're going to have things unfold for me that are for my highest good. And if I don't get a job offer somewhere, that means you're closing the door so that I'll go in a direction that is for my highest heart's desire and my life desire. So I feel like that is a big piece of this. So I feel like you're going to get something from PwC, but they're saying just trust if it doesn't work out the way you're wanting it to. If they're like, "Well, we can do this, we can do that, and blah blah blah." So, there is that kind of energy that comes in, with that here. For let's see here. Highland is the number 2. We've got Page of Pentacles, learning, and 8 of Wands. Yeah. I feel like you're going to get a fast response back from them with the Page of Pentacles. And this might be even around what you've been learning about, too. Was it data analyst, data analyst position, I think. If you're asking Lauren, I think Sudeshna's, it might be here. Sometimes she's up in the middle of the night. I think she's over on the other side of the planet. So she might be sleeping. But I believe the data analyst, IT-ish kind of positions is what she's been looking into there. Um, yeah, so that looks pretty good there. So we'd like that. Um, and I believe she is over in India. So uh, just keep that in mind as well. So we got KPMG for number 3. We've got the 2 of Wands. Again, there is this energy here about kind of like the Magician here. So it feels like you're going to get some responses here. If like we switch our energy into surrender and focusing on gratitude for what we do have, and what we have had, getting into that release, getting out of the fear, or lack or need and want energies, help them come in here. So I feel like with PWC and with so far with KPMG, those two have to have that energy change or it keeps it further out. I kind of feel like here with Highland that there is this um, abundant energy that comes in here for that as well, right? So, we do have this that's here. Um, and then number 4, we've got, Gen Pact, and that one here, what do we have for this one? We have the Knight of Wands. Again, there's this fast-moving energy. This is the pursuit of power, though. Um, so it's like number 2 is kinda gonna flow in here. The 8 of Wands, all of it has this magic wand focusing on energy kind of, theme beneath it. Number 2 feels like it will come in easier, than the other 3. The other 3 feel like they need to have that switch of energy for that to draw close to you in focusing in the gratitude and getting out of the fear, because I feel like um, they're having a hard time coming towards you because of this underlying need, kind of almost anxious anxiety kind of energy around him, right? So let's see what these 3 cards underneath these are. What did they want you to know? You got the Queen of Swords, yeah. So balancing the head and the heart. We've got the the Hanged Man, which is surrender, like we were talking about, right? Surrendering it here. And the Fool card, which is letting go of expectations, ready for a new adventure. So I do feel like there's this underlying, this is exactly what we were talking about, the balance the head with the heart, get into the heart, surrender, look at things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and let the expectations go. Get ready for a new adventure full of possibilities, not that it has to be, no, it has to be right, because it sets us free when we do that. So hopefully that helps. I like that here. All right. I think I saw, Sudeshna. I have your email because I believe you won a giveaway. So I do have your email. I'll send you Lauren's email. She sent it to me. So I'll send it to you and you can respond if you wish. Never any expectations, just information, right? All right, let's see here. What's your fortune cookie say for this one? We've got guidance. My dreams give me inspiration and guidance. So, yeah, pay real close attention to your dreams because I do feel like you are going to get some information through your dreams. And perhaps that thing that's rising from the depths of the ocean of the moon card to reveal what your heart's desire is. Maybe that's coming in your dreams. So I like that. Right. So that is number 1 there for you. And then for number 2, we've got 2353, maybe, for your timestamp. There we go. I fat fingered it and grabbed too many numbers. There we go. So those are the first 2. So for this one, you want to know the upcoming week, love, career, health, and guidance. All right. Let's take a look here. Thank you again for your dual donations, your multiple donations. So what do we got here for next week for Sudeshna? What do we want to know about love, right? We've got love, and then we've got career, right? We've got health, and then just overall guidance. I do want these 3. Boom, boom, boom. And then, of course, we do have the bottom of the deck that's coming in here. You do have the 2 of Cups energy, which is about partnership, about relationships, connection. So, and it's also the power of emotional choice. I feel like that's the big one that came flooding in for me when I saw the card. So that's usually their intention of, well, this is what the energy is. This is the message within the 2 of Cups for you. Like this next week is people can't make me feel a certain way. Things in the outside world can't make me feel a certain way. Of course, growing up, we're given a lot of opinion about what we're supposed to feel in a situation. And if we have perceived fears, then we'll ignite into reaction mode and we'll just, if we're not choosing consciously, we will revert to what we is our habit of feeling in a situation. So I feel like there's a lot of awareness coming in next week in all three areas of the of your life, love, career, and health, um, around the power of emotional choice. And I feel like you're gonna kind of feel situations that before you would have flipped out, right? And but now you're like calm and you're choosing a different emotion. And then there's other things that are triggering and that allow us to go, oh, here's something that I'm feeling that I don't want to feel this way about that. I'm going to switch this up through my power of emotional choice. So I like that. Love, you have harmony. Yeah, we got this 10 of cups. So definitely this fullness of emotion coming in next week. I don't feel here, even though we got the 2 of cups and the 10 of cups, 'cause that could totally throw me into a relationship reading, but it doesn't feel that way. If it was there, of course, I would tell you, but it just feels more family and friends and your emotional fullness. That love doesn't have to be just romantic love, but it's the focus in on loving self, of course, ultimately, filling up and then overflowing, and I like this because as you're filling up with your self-love, then, that does draw as you raise your love vibration, that draws in the romantic love into our lives, but also draws in important relationships with people, whether it's friends or family or coworkers or new employers, right? Right. It's all there. It's beautiful energy. So I feel like that's like fill up this cup in here and then overflow. One of my favorite 10 of cups and one of my many tarot decks, I think it's like a moon. Is it the moon? Moon and love, love and moon. But it has a picture of like a little cups that are stacked upon one another. So five cups and then four cups and then three cups and then two cups. Maybe it's four cups and three cups and two cups and then the ace of cups. That would equal 10, 4, 7. Yeah, 9, 10. So that's right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Right. Yeah. And the Ace of Cups is filling up, and it's filling up the other cups, the other cups, the other cups, which is a beautiful picture to for us to see of that's how all of our cups of our human life are filled up is when we fill up our Ace of Cups, our self-love, right? We are the chalice. We allow that beautiful love from above to fill us up, eternal, unconditional love, then it fills up the rest of our life and all the other love in our life. So I like that. For a career, you have the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, there's this nurturing, there's this abundance energy. Feel like next week, you have an opportunity here to really know what your like this I feel like you're gonna get these dreams, this information about what is it my heart wants. Because it's very nurturing energy. Of course, Queen of Pentacles behind the scenes. What do we have? She has the Ace of Cups. She has the Cups energy. So I feel like that you do have this feeling of abundance, fullness this next week. So I feel like you do get from the outside world this feeling of positive things coming in for work. Possibly that's when you're going to be getting, at least one job offer or communication on an interview, and then depending on the energy, if you go into that gratitude energy, which the Queen of Pentacles is about abundance, if we're focused on, I'm so grateful for what I have and what I have had and the opportunities that are coming and that surrender energy that we got in your first reading. I just feel like it can draw some more in. So I like that for you. Health wise, you do have the Knight of Wands and you also have the High Priestess. So there is a bit of anxiety, a lot of flooding energy here with the Knight of Wands. The High Priestess is this energy of like kind of like stepping back. She goes into her High Priestess temple, connects to the upper realms, looks behind the veil, dives deep into her emotions, to understand them and like the moon card you got in your first reading, she also was the revealer of secrets, the revealer of things. But I feel like you get to the root of some of where your anxiety is coming from. But I feel like you also get a bit of information next week, for your health as well. Comes in quick, but I feel like stress related, a lot of energy with this Knight of Wands. Fastest moving night, it's like go, 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 go energy, right? And it's like it's time for rest. It's time to pull back, um, and do the self-care, right? Your guidance for the week, you've got the Knight of Swords, yeah, the quest of clarity, which comes from taking time to reflect, see things from a different perspective, right? You also have the Six of Pentacles, which I think I've shared that with you with the podcast around the Six of Pentacles, right? It was the one before this last one. I think it was episode 14, Adventure 14, which was abundance where it be. There's some, great information and awareness around the Six of Pentacles, where it's where does my emotional inner child feel this rate of exchanges at? What, kind of reflecting on how much I feel I have to give to receive. And there is some of that, energy that comes in here too. That can cover all three of our big areas of our life: love, career, and health, right? So I feel like that is something, if that resonates, if you haven't checked it out, I would check that out, because I feel like that is part of this revelation that comes in, is getting to the root of going, yeah, why does my little inner child feel I have to give 10,000 coins to get one back? Where's this outrageous overgiving, energy come from? Well, it comes from our childhood. So it's going to have you reflect on that a little bit. Yeah, because we do have here, you've got, I love these cards because they have the reversals on them. Um, and the Three of Swords is the heartbreak and the disappointment, but this is about the recovery from this. And I feel like this is an important piece here, because usually it's heartbreak, it's sadness, it's endings, betrayal, grieving, you know, emotional pain kind of energy. But reversed, it's an apology, it's a renewal kind of energy, and I like that that's coming after that Six of Pentacles, because I feel like it'll bring in some beautiful, um, awareness for you here. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for number 2 for you. We'll get your fortune cookie here for that one. We'll circle back around after Maria's too for your third donation. But for this one, we have this Sweet Dreams. You got your higher self. It says, I am ready to communicate with my higher self in my dreams and to become enlightened. So beautiful energies here. And that makes sense with that high priestess. You're ready to connect with your higher self, your higher being, and just say, hey, show me what's best for me right now. What do you want me to see right now as an extension of you? What do you want me to see? Help me see it as this human, right? So I love that for you. So many blessings, Sudeshna. All right, and we've got Raul. Hey, Raul, good to see you. We will get you onto the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So Maria P will be up next, and then back to Sudeshna, and then to Lauren is where we're at. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum. I like my coffee. I probably really like the zero sugar creamer that's in it. This one's, what is this one? Oh, this is the coconut cream zero. The last of it, I put it in this coffee, so it's like yum. Liquid cake. All right. So Maria P, you are up. So here is for your first one. Thank you for your dual donations via Z PayPal. We'll dive in here. Right. So let's see what we got here, Maria. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. And what's coming for you guys next week? Any dark side updates? What can we know? Is he flirting back with any ladies? And work updates for you. No call yet. Oh my goodness. What is happening? All right, I'll take a look here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, we do have the 7 of Cups. It's a little bit of well, first of all, they're giving me 2 things, and I'm trying to go to both, and I'm like, I don't know which one I go to first. So, the first thing is a little bit of emotional confusion, a little bit of mixed emotions, a little bit of happiness with a little bit of fear, a little bit of, you know, anxiousness I kind of feel coming in with that, but it almost feels like less anxiousness and more butterflies in my stomach kind of energy. And for me, that's like, look at all the dreams, all the possible dreams, because the 7 of Cups can go into this, kind of being torn in a bunch of different, levels of vibration of emotional energy from low vibration to high vibration. But also it's like all these dreams, look, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. And it's like they're just kind of daydreaming about things between the two of you, but then also um having like I said, there's some nervousness around it all because and this makes sense about that fear being left behind, right? This fear of I don't wanna get too attached to like a little kid, right? I don't wanna get too excited about going to Disneyland if the trip's gonna get canceled, right? And that's outside of my control, what if it gets canceled? What if you decide not to wanna continue to go forward with them, right? So they've got that kinda pulled in between those 2 kind of energies right now. What's coming up for you guys next week? 2 pentacles. You got a nice balanced energy coming in here. I like this, especially after all that fire energy. It feels like things are balancing out a bit here. Venus is going into has gone into Gemini, which helps balance out emotions a little bit. Um, at least giving us 2 sides to things with scales in a way. It's not like Libra scales, but it's like split personality love. It's just all right. We talked about that last night with Venus going to Gemini at the beginning of the session, if you want to check that out. But it feels very balanced. It feels very just, cyclical, but we're on the fun, closeness cycle, right? And then you guys cycle where you get and then you go. But what I love is that it's not equal. It's like the good times seem to be and extended in the little time, the hissing cat is a smaller cycle. So the bigger cycle, a little smaller cycle, right? So we're in the bigger cycle. We're out of getting I feel like we're moving out of the friction kind of energy. Dark side updates. Yeah, I got the Queen of Pentacles. There was a victory. Feel like he's kind of licking his wounds, mother nurture energy. It's like they're nurturing themselves. So I feel like there's a bit of whatever this it's like the burns they got from the dragon, they're tending to right now on the dark side and it feels like abundant. So I feel like the burns help me kind of encourage me to take more action faster, but I'm also kind of a little worn out. So I'm doing things, but um, planning things and trying to get stuff accomplished for the escape. So is he flirting back with any ladies? No. We got the 3 of Pentacles, which is collaboration and more friends and work people. Intuition is not intuition. The High Priestess is off in the High Priestess temple minding my own business. So that would be a no. Work updates for you. Let's take a look here. You do have the Queen of Wands. So, I feel here with the Queen of Wands, that is that action energy. Wherever you put your energy into is what is going to come your way. Um, So I feel like, you know, if you if you've been having energy of, God, I've got to get this, what if I don't? What if they don't choose me? Check your energy with that Queen of Wands, because if you haven't got a call back, the energy was in the moment was, yeah, I'm excited and all right, but did you go into fear? Did you slip into the focusing in on the anxiety around it because it feels like it got pushed back, right? Which it happens for all of you guys. Um, so I feel like, you know, energetically, some of that energy came in to push it further back. In the physical world, the reason why I feel like there was a lot of fires to put out today, and they weren't able to get to um, the decisions they wanted to um, be able to move forward. I feel like someone had an emergency today that they didn't get to have the meeting they wanted, and so I feel like it's more gonna be at the beginning of next week now. I know, but that's resonates with all, and it could be that everyone that is waiting for that interview is freaking out and, oh my god, I can't fail now," right? The fear of failure, so that pushes it back, so everyone gets to sit in that over the weekend. Ugh, but you don't have to. You can surrender, right? Surrender to the universe, going, what is meant for me does not pass me by. So anytime you start to feel any anxiety around it, you can do that, right? So, and then you have experience. Is your fortune cookie for this one? My dreams take me to wonderful places that are filled with wonder, delight, and joy. So that's what we can do. That kind of energy instead of the other can help with all that too. All right. So that's what they have for your first one there, Maria. So many blessings to you. Circle back for number 2 here. Let me just do a couple of shout outs here. So we got Deb. Hey, what's up? Better energy today around here. You've been here. Your daughter's wearing her stress. Oh, how fun. And her energy is big and wonderful. All around her, you can feel it. But you had to talk with her and her partner, who both state we're going to be, oh, screwed. If this doesn't happen, we'll fail every day. Oh, nice. So that's what a great energy for them, right? You explain to them how science has proven where energy goes, energy flows, that when he always thinks people are trying to take advantage of him, he will get to experience that. How beautiful. Spreader of wisdom, right? Which I think that was the reading you got, right? That you would, experience a lot of stuff around you, and you don't have to solve any of it. So, I love that you felt like, "Hey, I'm gonna share this with you guys," and then you let it go, right? So, I love that. And we got Debbie O. Hey, Tech Zen friend. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And we will get you here onto the free list. Boom shakalaka. Happy weekend to you. Today everyone has a great attitude. I like it. Have them check themselves before they break themselves, right? All right. So, I like that. All right. So, where we're at, we have one more from Maria P, and then we'll circle back for Sudashna's number 3, and then Lauren of Light will be up after that. And I think that is it for donations so far. All right. So, Maria P, you are up 4407 for number 2. Here is your second time stamp. Move that over there, and I got your other one here. So, will you get a call for the third round? All right. We'll take a look here based on your current energies. All right. They do want that one with these. Feel like these are for the why you didn't get a call yet. We kind of covered that in your first reading too, you know, but we'll verify that with those. And then, do you have a good chance to get the role? So we'll look at that energy, and then a deeper dive on work for you. Right, we got that and that and that. All right, boom, boom, boom. So Will you get a call for the third round? Yep, 3 of cups. Didn't we get this? I think we got this for when you asked that one day, because this is coming in. The three stood out like, oh, third call. I remember saying that third call. And I'm like, oh, 3 of cups is all about joy and celebration. So I feel like that is a yes, that you will get a call for it. Why didn't you get a call yet? We do have here, we got the death and rebirth. Interesting. We'll take a look at this. Then you've got the crossroads, the 2 of swords. Yeah. The trying to make a decision. It feels here. And then the king of cups. Yeah. We got this little bit of need for balance that came in here. Yeah, balance of the head and heart. So that kind of goes back to what we were talking about. You know, it's like we get out of our head, get into our heart, get in that place of gratitude, can help here. But I do feel like they have the death card with they they weren't able to have the meeting, because something, hopefully it wasn't a death in the family, but I mean, if it was, then that was meant to be. But someone had an emergency that put an end to the meeting that they were trying to have to complete everything so they could, you know, do it, make the offer, not make the offers, but make the decision on who's going to the next round. So, but I feel like they're talking here about that, the King of Cups too, is that the need for balance of that emotional and mental energy. Do you have a good chance to get the role? I like that here that you've got this the tower card upside down, which is prevention. Let's see what this says. You're being invited to initiate your own transformation before it's thrust upon you. That's funny. Um, and, and I feel here that you do have a good chance of getting this role, but with the tower card reversed, instead of like you being blasted out away from this job, this is them getting to this point saying there's something in your life that your heart wants to do, and your joy of where you want to go and what kind of impact you want to make on the world, and this kind of energy. And they're like, yeah, you have a good chance at getting that role, but that role, getting that, can also take you into an additional extension of feeling comfortable, to where you're not taking a leap to go after the thing that is of your heart. This feels safe. This feels okay. I know this place. I like that security. You know, I don't want to leave here, kind of energy that comes in. So it's interesting. Let's see what the deep dive says here with this as well. Yeah, Page of Wands, a new passion, a new excitement. What excites you? That's that draw like we were talking about, right? You have the 6 of Wands, the victory. If you fear the little F word here, failure, this is that you can be successful whatever you put your energy into, right? There's nothing to be afraid of. That, you know, we don't fail when we're living our heart's dream, because it's just a temporary detour or a pause. When we're living our dream, we can step out of that fear of failure, because failure is I didn't succeed and I'll never ever succeed again, right? I failed. Well, it's only a failure if we don't get back up again, right? But if we're living our dream, we'll constantly, get back up. And it's not really getting back up. Or if we get knocked down or knocked out of the way, we'll find our way back into the path where we're going, some way, somehow. People can't stop us when we're wanting to live our dream. If we're living someone else's dream, yeah, you knock me down. Oops, I tried. Oh well, Right. What else do you have here? You had new beginnings. Yeah, Ace of Wands. Yeah, I mean they're pushing you here for, what is this new beginning? The work isn't about moving up at the company you're at, doing this stuff that feels safe. This is an exciting new adventure, doing something like, I want to be a nurse, and so I want to go to nursing school. Wow, right? How exciting. Oh, I couldn't do that. As soon as the mind starts to go, no, 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 you can't do that. You're like, why not? Why not? Well, well, it's scary out there. Yeah, I know, but I like it. So I like it. You got love here. It says, my heart is open to love as it manifests into the world. So what a great, when we're diving in about career, it's talking about, like we were saying, how do I uniquely want to express this love in my heart with the world in my own special, unique way? How do I want to do that? But doing this job, you know, we can start doing it there, right? Like in customer service, I loved helping people, but helping people with auto insurance, yeah, I loved helping people save money and make sure that they felt secure in their coverages and blah, blah, blah. But after a while, boring, right? You didn't feel like it was, you know, after, uh, it didn't feel as fulfilling in helping people, with messages from spirit from the other side. This is what's been my passion for this lifetime. And, um, so I feel like that's the big thing for you there. We're just gonna put a period after that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. We'll circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. So we shall do that. All right. And then Deb, I did get your donation come through here, Z Venmo. So thank you for that. We'll get you on the list here, as well as, hey, Sean G. Welcome, welcome. And I did get your Zcash app donation, so we'll grab that and put you on there as well. All right. I think that's everyone that had come in here, right? Yep, I sure did. All right. Let me just mark these since I have them on my little list here. All right. So we have one more for Sudeshna and then Lauren of Light. Oh, Lauren, I didn't grab your questions. They're up here. And then Lauren of Light will be there. And then Deb, you'll be up after Lauren. And Sean, you'll be up after Deb. Oops, let's try that again. Let me just get all these in here. So I am all set. I think that is it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we are good to go. So let's do another little cheers here. Take a quick sip. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. It helps spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful for that. It does help you be part of the love tsunami, helping spread that love to the world. Yum, yum. All right. So, Sudeshna, we're circling back around here for number 3 for you. So, thank you for those multiple donations this eve. And you want to know, what are you lacking for the job switch that is not helping you get opportunities? All right, we'll take a look here. See what they have here. Debbio. Cheers, cheers. Clink, clink. Are you having a cocktail? Can you imagine me doing readings under the influence? That would be either really fun or really scary. One of the two. All right. I don't think I really have a filter now anyway. Probably get banned. All right, let's see what we got here. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Swords that is coming in here. And this is about a quest for knowledge, a quest for seeing things from a higher perspective, right? Getting out of our head, our human mind, seeing things from a higher place. So I like that. Let's see what else we got here. So these two cards, what are you lacking for the job switch that's not helping you get opportunities? Let's take a look here. You've got the Knight of Wands and also the King of Cups. which is like this balance between head and heart and this sense of a new adventure, following your passions, right? And I feel like we've talked about that in your previous readings here, so I won't dive ton into that. But this is focusing on it's not so much that um, that you're lacking anything like technically or experience wise in this. It's not about the human; it's about your energies. But even with the Knight of Wands here, um, we've got that's the quest of for your energy. Where are you investing energy? What are you focusing on? Are you focusing on lack? That could be the lack. That could be the lacking that's going on. That's bringing an energy of lack into that as well. But when we balance our head and our heart, and we, in a way, surrender, we do all the things that we're doing, but the energy in which we're doing it is what's so important. Because if I'm doing it going, I'm going to do this because I need this, that pushes it further away because we're kind of in a way being needy, right? When our energy is about abundance, gratitude, then we are pulling, our energy is pulling opportunities toward us, right? So, you know, feel like there's that a dual message, right? One is like, well, is this really what your being is wanting to do? And you're applying for these positions out of fear, but not out of like inspiration. What are you being inspired toward? I feel like that's the big thing. Because when we're inspired towards something, just doors just open up. When we're fearing, that's where we hit the obstacles. What do you need to focus on? Do you have the Six of Pentacles? Yeah, we talked about that in a previous reading too here. And the Empress. Yeah, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself and focusing in on what your heart. The Empress, she gets donations from all 4 queens. She rules over all the 4 queens, Empress. If you're looking at, like, the org chart, that's what speaking corporate lingo, right? Empress, the 4 queens have the 4 department heads, right? Um, but all of them pass up their, energy, so the queen gets, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords. They all air, fire, earth, and water. Psh, psh, psh. But then all the queens also have an additional 4 cups. Everyone has an extra cup of water. They also all donate that up. So that's 5 emotional energies, 1 fire, 1 earth, 1 earth, air, and fire, right? Earth, air, and fire, but in addition to the 5 of the water. So it's a big focus on emotional emotional, focus. And and again, they're giving you these dual things, right? One of it's about focusing in on where's your heart leading you, your passion leading you. That 6 of Pentacles, I think we mentioned that already, um, in your first reading or your second about the podcast, right? About abundance, where it talks about the 6 of Pentacles, which also is an emotional place because it's where our 7-year-old and younger emotional inner child develop that rate of exchange. So they're bringing that in here, and it's like what their advice on what you could focus on is look at that, because even if all these opportunities get to the city gates, your inner child's the one that opens up the gates to let the opportunities in. So, I feel like that's a big piece here, with that. What does Spirit want to say to you? We've got the Two of Wands. It's all about your power of where you're investing your energy, and the Devil card, letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have tied you with the mind, right? And it has to do with work specifically, um, in this case, right? Uh, the Devil card is Saturn, Capricorn energy that rules over the 10th house of work. But this can be where we're so connected to the old patterns and the old ways of thinking around what work should be, supposed to be, need to be, have to be, must be, right? All those expectations. It's caged our heart, and our heart is having a rebellion going, I am tired of being restricted by the mind. So we're not going to do, I'm not going to put out energy towards what the mind wants. We're on strike. No, right? They're pouting because they want to be able to be expressed, the heart, not just the mind, right? Under the surface of that, yeah, we got the 8 of wands and the 9 of wands. Yeah. So here's all this energy, 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 energy. Follow the passion. It'll help you bust through what's been feeling like it's been blocking you, right? In the 9 of wands, it's usually it's a block, I can't get through it, but when you step into your power with that ace of wands, it opens up the gateway and allows you to go through. So like the 2 of wands you got, which is if I'm focusing in on, it's like every moment is an energetic choice, right? It's a mental story choice, an emotional choice, an energetic choice, physical choice. Higher vibration, gratitude, unconditional love, joy, laughter, play, peace, fun, or seriousness, right? We can get so serious in these human adventures, but focusing on the expectations, the must have, the should be, um, all those that feel like we're lacking, like we're falling short, that we're afraid of the future. Um, we're afraid to disappoint people. We're afraid, 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 afraid. What are all the fears, right? And when we focus in on those, that's what we draw in. So that's that big piece of this is be aware of where you're investing your energy, right? See what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. So you've got be open. I am open to new possibilities. I welcome new beginnings. And that doesn't have to necessarily be just a new company, a new job, but a whole new avenue, a whole new path of an adventure. It's like, I went to school for all this and I did all this and did this, but did you do that for you or did you do that for someone else? This is about getting into your heart, right? I just feel like they keep pointing you back to that. So sorry for the sounding like we're on a repeat, right? But they're just they're like, you've heard all that other stuff for so long all your life that you believed it. Now it's time to believe something new. So I like that for you. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. Cheers, cheers again. Thank you for all your donations. All right. So up next, we got Lauren of the Light. Hey, Lauren, thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. I don't know. I was going to go paste it over there. My mouse doesn't go into my iPad. I don't know why. So thank you for that. And let us dive in here. So, 4 questions. So, question number 1, what should you talk about on your podcast? Live to align with abundance and help others. Let's take a look here. So, what kind of advice do they have here around the podcast? So we got those. And then live to align with abundance and helping others. What do they feel? What energy comes with that choice if you make that? All right. So let's start with that. We'll work our way backward. So you've got the Queen of Wands and you've got the Page of Pentacles. And so that brings some good energy. Um, of course, with the Page of Pentacles, that is abundance, new opportunities that can be sparked off from that. It's a beneficial energy that comes in here. So um, that is a positive energy towards that. And the Queen of Wands too, it's like in a way with that it's not about it's funny that they're bringing it in this way. It's not about what you're sharing, it's about how you're sharing it. You know, one of the things after seeing your podcast, and you only have had one podcast, right? Because I went to your channel today. I saw you had some shorts, but I only saw one podcast on YouTube anyway. And, I what I loved about the first one, I loved when you were talking about something that really, you could tell the difference, um, you know, with, you could tell the difference is with my own. I recognize the mirror because I can tell when I'm talking about something that I've experienced and I love. It's like, "Wa da 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 da." When I'm talking about sharing information, then it becomes like you know, I'm sharing information. I'm not sharing my passion, and I like that, with that. So I really I like that, and I feel like that's what they're saying here. This is what they're bringing through with the Queen of Wands is that when you share from your passionate heart, the subject doesn't matter because 'cause you're sharing you, and it's gonna resonate with the people. When we're it's almost like singing, you know how you can tell when someone's singing a song to sing a song, or they're singing a song that like when on The Voice and whatever you watch, and they're like, "You know, you sang it pitch perfect and it sounded great and everything, but I didn't believe you." And, I feel like that was something that, who was it? I forget which coach it was. She was one of the female coaches, um, and, oh, Christina. It was Christina Aguilera. I love her because she's just, "Psh, I didn't believe you, though." She goes, "Find something where this song means something to you," and then they put on this performance, and people are, like, bawling because and they're, like, have tears in their eyes because they did connect to the song. So I feel like that's what they're saying here is don't be so concerned about the what as the how, and I like that. Um, what else can you talk about on the podcast, right? Um, we've got here, let's see, you got the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, self-worth energy with the 4 Pentacles, about defining your worth. How are we defining our worth? How we're taught to define our worth by the outside world, right? Relationship situations and things, and how when we turn inward and upward, we find our true worth. Self-worth comes from the inside, not the outside, That's retail price. This is, the the true self-worth has self in it, right? So I like that. I feel like that you've learned so much about that yourself. I feel like that makes sense that they wanted to start with your second part of your question because these things are things that you can resonate with. And you're like, I used to feel this way about myself and because I was taught this and this is what we were taught and that, you can speak from that place of experience, right? You also have, yeah, the 4 of Pentacles to the 5 of Pentacles. The fear of being abandoned, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough, and the transformation of connecting, knowing that source, creator, is endless resources. In fact, I think one of the shorts you did was exactly about that, if I recall. It had to do with source. Like, why live your own dream? Oh, not live your own dream, but you know, um don't limit yourself by what you think you can dream, because the creator has 1,000 times bigger one, right? That they we only you said something along the lines like, "We can only experience life through what we've known," but the creator knows it all in a way, right? And so we have if we go, "Hey, guide me into the most amazing experience," they can have us have an experience that's more than anything. So I love that. I love that because I could tell you believed that in that piece, right? So I love that. And then the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, creativity, being true to your authentic self. So I feel like those are some good places that could just you could have tons of videos, just on those 3 subjects alone, because that is such a huge thing for all of us, right? So I like that for you there. So, well, hopefully that and we'll pull your, because you made a donation of $5 or more, you'll get a talisman oracle at the end of your, questions here. And then you want to know here, number 2 is Jake spying and intense miss energy, seen and unseen his actions towards you the next 3 days. So, yeah, is Jake spying on you? I feel like you wanna we'll just do a confirmation here. Is he watching your socials? And I feel like you already know he has intense missing energy there. He's totally spying, right? And then seen and unseen his actions for the next 3 days. All right, so seen and unseen actions. Don't feel like any of those. All right, that one. Put that one in. This one. All right, let's see what we got here. So has he been spying? Yeah, I mean, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, which he's really off to himself. That's kind of like almost a kind of a hermity type energy for me when I get the 9 of Pentacles off by themselves, but it doesn't mean what is it? Remember Tim the Toolman, his series where his neighbor could only see his eyes looking over the fence. So that's kind of the spying kind of energy, right? So he is off to himself, but he is kind of like peeking over the fence. What's going on over there? Okay, no, no, no. Uh, Missing energy. We got the Emperor. We got the Four of Wands. Yeah, all this fire energy, this Emperor energy, trying to make a decision, trying to get out of his head and into his heart. This marriage card energy that's here. Um, yeah, and we talked about that with his heart is like, "Ah," but his mind is the one that's silencing it. It has the heart on mute, kind of energy that's there. So but let's see here. The scene actions in the next 3 days. And we got the Three of Wands and the Judgment card coming in here. So I feel like their actions towards you are more the scene is like putting on a scene, putting on an act, because it's like, I feel like I'm being called in this direction. I'm going off in this other direction. So I feel like they're kind of going through the trying to fulfill what they said that they felt they needed to do. And so I kind of feel like they're going through the actions for the sake of, all right, well, I'm going over here now. And it's like, bravo, bravo. Great, great acting there, kind of energy. The unseen, that's what we really want to know, right? um, so let's take a look here about the unseen actions over the next 3 days. Yeah, we got the Four of Pentacles. So they are a little bit trying to find their solid foundation, in the outside world here. They really are looking at how they're defining themselves now because they were defining their worth by, relationship. That's one of the 3 buckets, right? Relationship, situations, and things. So the relationship, and now it's kind of left them in this like a big hole in their worth because that's how they were looking outwards. And that's what happens to us all eventually when we're looking for our worth outside of us, right? That retail price, we suddenly discover we're out of stock or we're on the clearance rack or, it's on back order. There's like this emptiness that's there. And I feel like that's what they're kind of focusing on is how am I going to fill up this space in me that I'm feeling right now, which is great, which is exactly like you said, you haven't been contacting them and reaching them out. And you're like, all right, before I'd be, trying to get them to tether themselves so they could come back to what's best for them. But they're in that growth, which is actually the best thing for them. They needed to grow. They needed to, go through this, right? 3 cards underneath that. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, we got the Seven of Cups. So they're kind of in this fantasy world, looking at all these different daydreams about what could be, um, both including you. And I feel like you're like the big cup in the middle. But what are these other things that could fill up my heart? What are the things that basically will distract me, right? Um, we've got the Knight of Cups. Yep, so there is this quest over there for their self-love, but it doesn't feel like they're looking to jump into, you know, even though they said we should see other people, I feel like this isn't like they wanna see other people. I feel like there's this energy of more searching for the love that I feel is missing, because until we find our self-love, no one in the outside world is gonna, have that. Um, and then we've got the leadership, yeah, which is like the, um, emperor card that we got, which is the King of Wands. So the unseen in the scene, there's a lot. I don't feel like there's a lot that you don't see, right? They're just more validating some of the stuff that is there, because I don't feel like there's anything secret going on with this energy here, and I just feel like they're in that place of trying to figure out what it is they want, what they don't want, right? Yeah, confirming, right? You're like, "Is there anything unseen? No. Nope, nope, nope." Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, so please. We're definitely able to verify and validate, and just helps you just helps you balance, so I like that. Alright, so that is what they had for number 2, and then number 3, what are the angels asking you to bring in fast? Alright, boom, boom. Alright, what else? Boom, boom, boom. We do have boom and boom. Alright, so yeah. Bottom of the deck, you have the King of Cups, the balance between head and heart. Bring that in fast. And you're like, yeah, but it's more, along with this Nine of Cups that came out, this is your emotional dream come true. With this King of Cups, it's one of my cards about what fits me like a glove, what matches my energy. You know, it's what should I bring in fast is my heart's dream, focusing on my heart's dream and seeing what this balance between what my head wants, but what my heart wants. And it's focusing on what your heart wants, and allowing that to come in. And this isn't about like relationship. This isn't about Jake or whatever. This is about, and you can sense that this is about you're here for a purpose, on purpose, to share this love in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. This is what they're like, focus in on that, right? Bring this in fast, come back to your why, come back to your, this is what I want to do. Jake or whoever it is that will share your life, friends, family, lovers, whoever, um, are extra. Those are they're you get to enjoy the trip along with you, but your trip is your trip, not they aren't your trip. That's funny. Otherwise, you'd be tripping. Let's see what else I want you to know here. Yeah, we got the 10 of Swords and the Empress. Yeah, which there is this energy, 10 of Swords is getting out of your head. This is I'm sick and tired of trying to please everyone else and do the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, and get into the heart creation, right? She's got a ton of emotional energy. I talk about the Empress. She's the ruler over the four queens. All the queens have Ace of Cups behind them. So plus the Queen of Cups, that's 5 parts cup, 1 part, or water, 1 part air, 1 part fire, 1 part earth. So it's all about getting in tune and nurturing your creation. So get out of your head, get away from expectations, and get into your heart and creating. That's that's what they're saying. Bring this in fast. Bring your heart in. I like it. Um, but out of the head, yeah. And even the death card and the Four of Swords. So the Four of Swords is rest your mind and end and begin, transformation, transformation, right? So all this energy, it's just kind of saying it, The same thing and with different cards in the same way. It's all about endings and beginnings. You even got the full card on the bottom, which is all about adventure, baby. It's this world of possibilities when we live from our heart. When we live from the mind, it tries to control everything. It's restrictive. It makes us feel like we're in the negative and behind trying to catch up instead of being at the threshold of exploration and adventure. You know, when we feel like I've got to complete all this stuff, what they show me. I got a new, not a new, well, it's new, but I didn't have like a shelf in unit above my commode. And so when I'm putting it together, I'm like, okay, step by step, I got to put this together. But then when I got the little baskets and stuff to put on it to put stuff in, that was the fun creative piece. That's where we're at now. It's like you've done the structure, now have the fun creative time. So I feel like that's what the angels are asking you to bring in. I love that. And then what do I not see about yourself that I should be confident about? All right, let's take a look here. See what that brings in here. So what do you not see about yourself? I got those. That one underneath there. Oop, this one. This one, this one, this one. All right. Yeah, I love it. Well, you have the 2 of cups on the bottom, and what I heard with this is that, um, you're the one that you've been looking for. You're the love of your life. What do I not see about myself that I should be more confident about? That you are the love of your life, and you are more than enough. You don't need anyone else because you have everything you need in here. Doesn't mean we don't want someone in the outside world, but you don't need anyone. You are the love you've been looking for. I like that. What else do they have here? You got the 6 of Wands and the 9 of Swords. Yeah, this fear of failure, this anxiety, the nightmare and insomnia around not triumphing, but, that there's this, the fear of failure that's, below the surface. And it's like, it's interesting because they're bringing it in. What do I know about myself? You're already perfect. You've already succeeded before you were even born, created into this human character that you are in this lifetime. You already are perfect. You are already triumphed. You already are victorious. Now you're just on an adventure. And I feel like that's something like there's this, and it's common for humans, especially how we're raised in this day and age, is to feel like we start off way behind. It's like, like the movies where the race starts and the car breaks down and we're behind. We have to like we're so far behind we got to catch up. It's like, no, there's this beautiful energy of you're already victorious. You don't need anything more to be to have triumph and victory. You already have it all. I like that. And that kind of comes back to that you already are complete. You already have everything you need to be considered successful and victorious and whatever. By human standard, that's where we get it's kind of screwed up, right? But from up above, they're like, there's nothing to worry about. You already have everything. What are you freaking out about? Right? That's what spirit, we're like, but they understand because they do feel all of our emotions, all our thoughts. They have access to everything. They go like, "We get it." Why, from your perspective, you're like, "Oh my god, we're all gonna die." And they're like, "No, we live forever. You're okay." You have new beginnings and the sun, Ace of Wands. Yeah. And I feel like here you have all the power. I feel like you know this, but maybe not like you know it up here, and you know a lot of this down here with this particular piece, which is I have the power. I hold my Ace of Wands, the magic wands. whatever I focus on is what I draw toward me. But I feel like there's a lot of sun, a lot of light being shown on to. We don't realize sometimes that subconsciously we have energy that's being out, old things that are still down there, because we have had decades of conditioning. And sometimes we don't realize we have this belief that's bubbling below the surface until we have a disappointment come up. And then we're like, oh, there was an expectation down there that I didn't realize. So these disappointments come up to bring clarity, not to point fingers, but so that we can release it. So I feel like that's there. Below the surface, there, you do have the Seven of Wands, which is about not dimming your light, not, it's like the sun, not dimming the light, um, not asking permission, not defending, not needing to explain, but just being yourself. And I feel like something that you don't realize is with the Sun card and this Seven of Wands, even that Ace of Wands, it's fire energy that you were born to be seen. You were born to be in front of people. It's what you were designed. It was like part of your design of why you chose to be born when you were, to who you were, where you were in the world and everything, so that you would have all of this, right? So I love that. You were born to be seen. And yeah, and you got the Three of Cups. You got this joy and celebration that there is a tribe out there for you, a group that aligns with your energy. And you do have a tribe, right? You know that you have a spiritual posse. You're supported by the spirit realm. You know that. But I feel like something you don't know is that you are very loved and supported in the outside world, but you also are going to have a tight knit group of people who are the same energy level as you're at, and you just mesh like 3 peas in a pod. And I feel like there is, like, 3 of you with this 3 of cups, but that there's this, you have best friends, but these are, like, ones that get it, like, they're on the same energetic level, and they've been through the transformation that you have, um and it's like you don't even have to explain things, you just say something, every one of you is just like, you just get it, and I like that. So I love that for you, Lauren. And then your fortune cookie, you've got ooh, bull, stubborn. No, you got willpower. You have the will. Let's take a look here and see what your talisman is that they're gifting you today. So it's time to channel your willpower through fierce dedication. You have set your objectives, and by applying discipline, commitment, and courage, you will achieve your goals. At times, your target may seem too far away, or people might try to convince you to adjust your expectations, but you alone know the power that you hold within. Stay confident in your abilities and focus on the next step in front of you. The dominant presence of the bull is helping you through the tests of your strength and resilience. The victory is within reach. I love that. So you can use this talisman power to strengthen your willpower. Sometimes stress and unpleasant circumstances can drain our energy, and in those moments, we need a little help to see our inner power. Withdraw to a quiet and personal space and focus on the bull on this card. The crown hangs heavy and yet majestic. Whisper your goal out loud and stay strong. Your little affirmation is, I persevere. So I love that. If you want, I can send you a picture of that if you want. I'll put it over here as a reminder. So I love that for you, Lauren. So amazing, amazing as per usual. I love it. So thank you again for your donation. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. Let me do a couple more shout outs here. We'll get back into the readings here. I love it too. Let's see, where did we end up off here? I think Debbie. Oh, yeah. So with that, so where we ended up here, we got Shanji. Debbie, cocktail for you, milk for me. Yeah, thank you. You're so kind. All right, then we have Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We will get you on the donation list here. Do you have a connection to the desert? Oh, I love that. So we'll get your question on the donation list here. I'm alive. Yay. I'm so glad. Yeah, we got Tim De La Gem. Hey, Tim. Last night read dead on. Oh, I love it. Night shift, a whole different world. Godlands. All right, absolutely. Good to see. I'm glad that helped. On the night shift, like the old song, right? I love it. Yes, you're definitely aligned to your ancestors, Lauren. Fun. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. So up next, we've got Deb, and then Shanji, and then Jojo is where we will be going to. So Deb, 13131. Look at that. Got repeating numbers. So there is your timestamp, Deb. And you would like a general reading. All right, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so like you were saying, a lot of energy going on, and the more stressed they are and focusing on the stress, the more stress they're growing, right? So I love that awareness that you brought in for them. Just so you guys know, do you realize the more you look at that, the bigger it gets? If you focus over here around gratitude, right? I like that. They're reminding me of some non-YouTube, probably YouTube wouldn't like the joke, but it's about a genie's lamp, and someone saying I'm screwed. You can put it together. It's like, uh-oh, don't be saying that out loud, because there it goes. All right, let's take a look here. So what does Spirit have here for you? And these two. Okay. Mm. Ah, nice, right? Yeah, positive energy zone. Yeah, I like that. Instead of no negative energy, which is negative energy, it's positive energy only. I like it. All right, let's see what we got going on here for you. Yeah, I get it here. We've got, so we have the 5 of Pentacles, which is, the lack energy, which we were talking about, right? And, um, the natural human fear, being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, and then thus not being enough, right? And so there is that fear of failure, right? This fear of, oh my God, what did we do to ourselves? Kind of energy that's out there. And I feel like there's a great message that comes in with the 5 of Pentacles too, is when we realize that it's not humans that bring us what we need, but it's the creator. They're the source. And that it's not humans that, fulfill our sustenance, but it's the creator. And we will always have enough. There will always be enough. Some way, somehow, right? Oh, they just did Field of Dreams. You build it, they will come. So maybe a Field of Dreams night, movie night, right? So I like that. Let's see what else they have here for you. So we got the Page of Cups, which talks about approaching life with a sense of wonder. Stay open to imaginative insights and ideas. And I like that. I like that, you know, Page of Cups, which is kind of like what you're saying here, which is, you know, the only thing that we can control is our own happiness, right? I can choose to be happy or I can choose to be unhappy, and none of it has to do with the outside world. It does make it easier or harder for us to choose happiness, but like you were saying, the more we choose happiness, the more our cup fills up and overflows. The more I focus in on it not being filled up, it kind of feels like our cup is leaking. So I like this, and it does have to do something here, and I feel like they're talking about the situation because it's you're right in the middle of it all, is realizing how they're defining their worth by the success or failure of this venture, right? And so it's like getting to the heart of the matter is like something that could be said, right? Is I'm already proud of you for who you are. This place doesn't define you. Your anything in the external world doesn't change your worth. And I like that. I like that energy. See what else they have here. You got the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, it's got this beautiful abundance energy here, the Nine of Pentacles. Um, and this does feel here that it's okay. And I feel like for you, it's okay for you to step away. It's not, you're you're there to love, and but it's up to them to, you know, with this hermit kind of energy of the Nine of Pentacles, that it's, to allow them to feel this. I gotta do it all on my own. All right, if you feel you need to, then you go right ahead. It's like a little kid pouring milk in their cereal for the first time. Let me do it. All right, if you need anything, I'm right here. And then just get the mop ready, just get the paper towels ready, to clean up afterwards because you're like, you're gonna have to learn. You have to learn how to deal with your own stress and deal with, all the stuff. And, I'll do what I can um, without sacrificing myself, right? So I like that kind of energy coming in there. You also have the Ten of Cups. Yeah, joy, 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 joy. And the more we, of course, if we're not happy on the inside, it doesn't matter what happens on the outside. We're going to be unhappy. So if we can't be happy with what is going on in the moment, we won't be happy when in the future either. So I like that. Good reminders for us all, right? Um, and whether you share that with them or not, when you live it, that's different, right? When you're living it, they get to see how you're unbothered by things that are bothering everyone else. And they're like, "Are you on drugs, mom?" You're like, "Not today." That's what you can say, "Not today." They'll be like, "What? Wait a minute. What are you saying? What? What do you what? What?" So I like this. Be, you know, be this rainbow of joy and love. That's all you have to do. We got the 3 of Wands. So there's this beautiful progress. I feel like they will see progress here based on current energies, but it's okay to change minds. It's okay to change directions. It's okay, even if it's like, what, let's sell this place. This is going to be too much. I don't want to do this. It's like, give it a year, and then if you want to sell it, then you can go through all that process if you want. But there's no path that we can't change. And it's okay to change our mind, alter course, alter decisions, you know, within keeping it, doing things that it's okay. You make a plan and kind of head in that direction knowing that we're going to alter things. And because if we like, no, we can't, then that's when we get stressed. When we're like, you know what? We're gonna do the best we can, and um and people won't know the difference, you know, right? Well, there you go. Here, like, here, everyone, we're just gonna chill out. You guys need to chill. I made some special brownies for everyone. I baked a cake. Everyone have a slice. Calm down. That's too funny. All right. Um, yeah, we have the mastery with the Eight of Pentacles and the Two of Swords with the crossroads energy here too. I like this. The Eight of Pentacles is transformation. Everyone's transforming. Everyone's going through their, little energy uh and life changes, but they're putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. The reward will come. Um, but an important piece, like you were saying, is the Two of Swords is the power of story. That I can either choose a story of bleh and fear and lack and you know, less than, or a story of victory, a story of joy and laughter and gratitude, and whatever story we're telling our brain, it is what will show us. It'll show us the proof for that. And I like this that that there is um, this decision to be made about the story. Are we gonna have a story of fear of failing, or are we gonna have a story of, "Oh my god, we're living our dream," you know? And I like that. I like that energy coming in there. Would you say she said, "Oh, I will not let this sink," and she almost lost her full-time job. Yeah, I like it. And, yeah, we have the Six of Swords, so there is this departure. I like this because this is about when we change our mindset, when we change our story, we let old ways of thinking go, look at things from a higher place of thinking, a different perspective, a different story, a higher story. We leave the choppy waters behind and it flows into calmer waters. So I do feel like, and you're already making an impact because you said people were in a different thing, and it's like sometimes we just need a reminder. We can get caught up, like, they're reminding me of one time I was venting to a friend of mine about work at the time when I was working as a supervisor at that corporation, and I was like, "Blah, blah, da, 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 da," and he was just like after a while, he was like, "Can we stop the drama train? I feel like we're gonna wreck." I was like, What? What did you just say?" But it was the whoopsh that, and he's from New Jersey, so that's why he was a close friend of mine, because I never had to guess where I sat with them because, you just knew. There was, like, no filter, it's just psh, and I love that 'cause, I love the purity of that conversation. I feel like that's kinda what's happening here, right? It's like, "Can we just stop the drama train or we're gonna wreck? Let's choose a different route to go here," right? Yeah, I love that. Let me work in the office. Yeah, I like that. Beautiful. And then you have here, you got the chariot. Yep, the power of choice. You got victory and movement energy. We like that. But of course, the power of choice energy that comes in with that. I get to choose every moment, either higher vibration, lower vibration of the story, our emotional soundtrack we put to the story, our physical actions, and our overall energy. What are we focusing on? So, going back to your original statement, I love that we end with this. And it's the Cancer Mother Moon energy. The message came through the mother. So I love that. And there is movement, there is victory energy that comes in with that. And we have the Seven of Cups, which is fantasy, which is, it's also, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have this dream come true. And once we get out of the head of supposed to be and should be, then there's this flow that comes in. Yeah, right? A lot of glitches until today, which is when I focus on, "Oh god, we've been having so much of this and so much of that," we get more because that's what we're when we're focusing on all the glitches, our energy is saying, "You know what I love, universe? What? I love glitches. Can you bring me more?" "Oh, absolutely. Order up!" Right? When we have a feeling of lack, then we will get more lack. When we have a feeling and a focus on gratitude, we will get more gratitude as well. So, I love this for you, Deb Deb. So, really a lot of confirmation and validation of all the things that you've been, talking and telling and to them and I think I'm back. I think I am back. I think I am live. Hello, everybody. You see? So power outage. Suddenly out of nowhere, I'm all talking and then it all just went psh. And I'm like, oh, that must have been some powerful energy for Deb Deb's reading. So hopefully uh it got to the end. I do believe I had just finished saying the what I had to say, and then I was going to go to your fortune cookie, and then actually was grabbing the. Then I'm like, oh, I don't think we're that's going to happen right now. So I have returned, and I do have well, all the chat is still here. Um, but I had captured everyone's stuff already anyway. That's why I like to do it as I'm going along. So, hey, footwork, Val, if you're still here, hello, hello. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. And Deb, Deb, thank you so much for letting everyone know that it was my power outage. So at least you guys kind of knew what was happening. So I am friends with Deb, Deb outside of this. Oh, no voice. No voice. Hello. You're in heat? What? Is my is it matching? Is my mouth matching the where you're at, Jojo? You might need to go out and go back in, Deb Deb. Oh, it's not matching? Maybe I should just start a new stream and oh, everything's fine from there. Oh, it is matching. I thought you said no, it's not matching. Oh, you're not in heat. Okay, I get you. I get you. All right. Okay, thank you, Jojo. All right. Well, let's take a look here. We'll give hey Deb Deb, is that matching now? I should have just gone like I don't do ventriloquism. I'd be like, what's happening? What's happening? Okay, it's all good. Okay, good. All right. Well, Deb Deb, thanks for the little break in between. I went and folded laundry because it's still bright enough out. I opened my blinds and folded laundry and filled up some water filters because my water's running low. So luckily plumbing still works when the electricity is out. And I was like, okay, and chatted with my host for a moment. And then I was like, all right, well, what am I gonna do? And then I'm like, oh, okay, perfect timing. I did all my chores. All right. So Deb Deb, let's see here what your talisman is for your reading as well, since you had a donation of $5 or more. You get one of these. So you have healing energy. Ooh, look at this. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's see if I can get in here without a whole lot of glare on there. Wow, look at that beautiful card. See if I can zero in even more so you can see those symbols. See if it'll focus in. Beautiful. So healing energy. I love it. All right. So it says, take a moment to reconnect with your true self. It's time to heal the wounds you might carry, dissolve the stress, which is what you said was going on over there, right? Yeah, in the trees, and replace the negative energy blocking your radiant character. But I feel like all this is just restating a lot of what you were already talking about, right? Little insecurities can become trigger points, so it's time to affirm our values and embrace our quirks. Sometimes self examination can be scary and upsetting, but is also it also brings joy and rebirth. Healing deeper scars doesn't mean that the pain or harm never existed, but it will no longer control your actions. This tree is anchored and is absorbing the energy from the transmutation circle. You own the power of your own transformation, and you too can blossom with lush energy. Yeah, I need to recharge every day, right? So you can use this talisman power when you feel drained and in need of healing power. Meditate with this card's energy by envisioning growing roots similar to a tree going deep in the ground, tapping into the vast energy that the world is made of. Imagine luminous veins growing on you, reaching every part of your body. Your heart and your mind are now shining brighter. The light radiates out of your body and out into space. Wow, and it says your, fortune not your fortune cookie, your, affirmation is, "I am healing." So I love that. Beautiful, beautiful, fortune cookie for, that reading. It's so perfect. Mentioned, like, everything we talked about. So that is what they have for you, Deb, and I'm not sure, um you what? Oh, okay. I was like, "What? What? What? What?" Yeah, I don't think these timestamps are gonna be accurate, um, going forward here because it was I think it the live was continuing the whole time, um, that it was going on. Oh, yeah. I can just, text it to you too. How about that? That's your payment for, communicating my outage. Let's see here. I think I can just go camera and take a quick photo here. All right, I think it's on its way to you there. Yeah, it's beautiful, right? Let me make a note here. Timestamps may be off. And I might just need to check these and um even though I'm gonna put them in here and then they're gonna be like probably incorrect because it was out for probably what? If it was 7:39. Oh, actually, I'll be able to tell here. It's funny because you were saying, "And there's a lot of glitches," and then suddenly he's gone. Speaking of glitches. Yeah, okay, so Debbie, oh, you said the screen photos was 6:45, almost an hour, right? Almost like seems like almost an hour. Goodness gracious. All right. So I'll just, I'll grab the proper, um, timestamps later in production, post-production. So we'll do that. All right. Let's see here. I just got another PayPal that came in here. All right. So Maria P, I see your additional one. I'll get you on the list here too. Whoops. Oh, that's why. I hit the wrong button. Just wonder why I saw a bright light over here. There we are. All right. So I think we are done there. So rest well in your wonderful wilderness adventure there, Deb. And thank you again for your donation. Thank you guys for hanging out and waiting for me to return here. Very grateful. So, who we have donations up next. We got Sean G, and then JoJo, and then Maria P for your additional one there as well. So I don't think anyone else came in. I didn't see any other conversations, so hopefully I didn't miss anyone while I was power outaged. All right. So, Sean G, you were up. So I've got 24518, which probably isn't really real, but we'll put it down here anyway. Oh, very nice. I love that, Deb. All right. So, Sean, thank you for your donation via Zcash app, and you want guidance for your finances. All right. Let's take a look here. Guidance for the finances. What does Spirit want you to know? We got these and these. Any others? These two. All right. So, what we got going on here. Yeah, so the bottom of the deck, you do have the Hanged Man, which is surrender on this particular card. It is about transformation. It is about seeing things from a higher perspective. I like it. Surrendering the need for immediate answers is what will allow deeper wisdom to emerge. Yay. So I like that. Let's see what we got here. So your first one here, you do have the Chariot card, which is movement and victory energy that comes in with that. It is about the power of choice, a lot too, which we know that, and I feel like it's always a good reminder that every moment we're creating our life. We are emanating energy that is drawing things toward us or repelling things in a way. So like, gratitude for what we have and have had draws in more to be grateful for whatever we're grateful for. And if we have any lack energy, any need, want, any fear energy, we actually repel the answer to that lack away and we draw in more lack for us, right? So it's a great reminder that power of choice is what draws things in. And the more that we are, grateful, thank you, Creator, that, abundance comes to me easily and effortlessly. And I'm so grateful for what I do have and everything I have had, you've never had me do without, and I'm so grateful. As we do that, then it just flows in and comes our way, right? You also have the High Priestess that is here. The High Priestess is this taking a step back, going into the High Priestess temple, seeing things from a higher perspective, right? And and I feel like with the combination of both these together is following your intuition is important, not the fears, but our intuition and our gut allow us to, like bring in other things, ideas that come in, because if we're open and we're in gratitude, uh, that gratitude energy has us at a higher frequency that we hear spirit. We can hear the nudges, hear their advice of if you do this, there's abundance will come in. All right, I'll do that. But if we're in fear, it's noisy. We don't hear their wonderful advice and wonderful guidance that we ask them. So I feel like it's important to step back and make sure we're connecting with spirit, seeing things from a higher perspective. And then you have three cards that came out together. You do have the Three of Wands, which is progress. With the Three of Wands, this is an energy of with new information, you're choosing to go a different way on some things. You have the Five of Wands. Yeah, and we've got this change of energy from disagreement to cooperation. And it is a transformative energy, the number five with the Five of Wands. But I feel like this is an energy of, like, not agreeing with a certain maybe company or group or something that you're working on. There's, like, conflict between your head and your heart especially, and it's okay to go, "You know what? That's not working for me. It's okay for me to change." And I like that energy. Yeah, the King of Cups. Got maturity here. The King of Cups is an energy of balance of your head and heart. You know, your mind wants to go this way, your heart wants to go this way, and you're like, "How about we find something that, satisfies both, and then there's harmony instead of conflict within you, as well." You have the World card, another got a wonderful completion energy. Again, this is one of abundance energies, like the Chariot, but this is like you've reached the end of some things, and it's okay to let some things end and begin new things. Sometimes, you know, we've got what we've, you know, squeezed out all the juice from the fruit, and it's like, okay, that's done what it needs to do. Now let's find new fruit. So it's okay, again, with this Three of Wands and this, completion energy of ending old not well, ending old cycles, ending old ways, and begin new adventures, and what's in with that is temperance too. Yeah. So sometimes when things turn to gold, it's ready to start a new batch. I never had that before, but it's a card that talks about, we can um, turn anything into a golden opportunity. But with all this completion energy, it feels like alchemy is something turned to gold, and it's like that's as much as it's going to bring. It's done its job. Now I can end that and I can start something new kind of energy. That's coming in here too. So I like that. Hopefully that helps. I feel like that's what they have here for you. But and even with the hanged man on the bottom, there is this energy of um, transformation, the caterpillar ending so the butterfly can begin as well. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. You got regenerate. Whilst I dream, I clear my mind of all negativity and my spirit is refreshed. I like this regenerate. It's time for something to end and maybe be converted into something else, even, right? So I like that for you, Sean. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. And Jojo, you're up to 5225. Oh, look at another mirroring image and all these 252525. Look at that. So thank you for your donation. Is it still shown on here? It is. Yay. I'll give that a love and a like there. I'm glad that everything kind of kept going even when I was disconnected, but we'll take a look here. Let's take a quick sip. Cheers, cheers. Turn that off. Bring out the water since I'm done with the coffee. So, you want to know, do you have a connection to the desert or the city of Damascus? Let's take a look here. So, do you have a connection to the desert? Okay. And or the city of Damascus. Okay. We got those. What's this one in the middle? All right. So what do we have here? So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Three of Swords upside down, which you have recovery energy here. And it's interesting. I do feel that there's like this past life connection that for the desert, I don't feel like for Damascus for this card, but I feel like for the desert in a past lifetime, you needed to escape a situation and you were wounded and you recovered in the desert energy that's coming in here. And I feel like Like, there's, an energy of, like, the Sahara Desert, like, kind of more but it's more like Arabian kind of energy feel to it, and then also, Native American Indian, where you escaped into the desert from, like, the white man here in the United States to, and again, you were wounded and you escaped into the desert where they wouldn't chase after you, to recover. So I feel like it's been a place of recovery and regeneration, a place of kind of like what is it called when you sanctuary? It's like you're a place of sanctuary for the desert. A card that came out in between the both of them here, yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. Look at the legacy, and I think is that not so much desert behind there, but there's, like, a lot of plains behind there, but it's this fullness energy that comes in, and so I feel like for both of this it's ancestry is, like, one of the energies of the 10 of Pentacles, so I do feel like they're saying past life connection with both of those, so I love that. For the desert, let's see, you have 3 cards for that. Yep, you have the balance. So it was a place of recovery, cycles. It's like there's this infinity symbol representing multiple lifetimes, right? But it was a definitely it's a place that where you get your balance. Ace of Swords too. It's where you go to get clarity, kind of energy that comes in here. Um, and again, it's kind of like that regrouping to get new ideas to recover, regroup, and then make, new changes that come in. And the 3 of Pentacles, yeah. Creation, collaboration, um, and there's like this it is teamwork and collaboration kind of energy, but it's like it's where again, there's the safety feel, the like my tribe, lives there, right? Ah, okay. I like that. The creative energy. Oh, the creative, we got the creative, collective, with the 3 of Pentacles. Your creative collective. The desert has been a source of creativity because of the simplicity, and it allows you to get clear of your all the mind and all the stuff, right? And then Damascus. Let's see here if there's any specific with Damascus. Yeah, Page of Cups. There was a love in Damascus in a past lifetime. In the 8 of Cups, you had to leave your love. So it could be that it started in Damascus and even heading off into the desert. I mean, literally. But there's this, I do feel in the Arabian, of course, Damascus isn't all that area, right? But there's this, you had to leave and flee for your life, and you had to leave your love behind because taking them with you would uproot their life and lead to their death in a way. So you had to leave them behind and everyone followed you into the desert, chasing after you, which allowed your love to survive and not be impacted. What was underneath that? You also got the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, Damascus was home, and the 7 of Pentacles. Um, Something about the gardens of Damascus. You were someone who helped and that's not normally and it's harvest here, but I feel like you were someone who, created gardens and, more agriculture kind of energy, and it's as if you were like, you worked on some rich people's gardens, maybe even like the king of Damascus, um, and it could be that you fell in love with their daughter because of them being in the garden um and that was a no-no. You look at you See, you were in heat. I was right. The desert heat and also this one. So, definitely it does appear that you have connection to Damascus. Might even I love doing research on past lives where it's like because I don't know a whole lot about history, you know, so I love going and looking and finding out, verifying information. Was there a king in Damascus? And do they have a daughter? And is there any stories of knowing of them falling in love with someone? You know, is there stories of them having to flee? Cacti lately? I love it. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's see what else. Anything else here? Got this here. Yeah, divine dream. You might even dream of this. I am divinely guided. My intuition shows me the way through my dreaming world. I like that. Right? It's past lives. It's like, wow. And we know the real story, right? Because we get it from the Kashik records and spirit. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I love that about Damascus. I love the feeling of it. It just feels like there were some special gardens of Damascus, and you were like the creator of it. So fun, fun. Now you can go explore, see what this lifetimes were about. So you say the song is Gorillas Gorillas Damascus. Okay, I'll write that down. I'll check it out. Gorillas Damascus. All right, I will put that over here. Fun, fun. Well, thank you for sharing that, and we will check it. So many blessings to you, my dear, my dear. Thank you. Sleep well or good morning if you're going to stay up. Probably time for night night, right? It is the weekend. Good night. All right, Maria P, you are up 30150. So this is for number 3. I'm going to verify that before I add it on to your other one. Um, so we'll put this for now here. But I think all the timestamps are off because of the power outage. I was not live for like an hour, so it's probably going to be it'd be about an hour-ish, close to that. But thank you for that. I do have your donation here. Let us bring that up here. All right. And you're asking, when will they call to set up your third interview? All right, we'll do a when card here based on current energies. When will they call? And based on current energies, when will the actual third interview be? All right, thank you. Could be a variety of days. No, let's see where we got those. So we'll take a look at those. And then you wanted to go deeper in love and work. All right. Shuffle those up. So deeper in love, right? And deeper in work. So we got that here. And this here. Right. So that's what they have there. And we'll dive in. Hey Val, good to see you. Sorry, I was power outaged out, so I wasn't in here when you came up before. So hello. Yeah, actually, Maria is the last donation right now. So if you make a donation, you'll be up next. Free readings I've got about 10, I think. That's out there. All right. So Maria, based on current energy, when will they call to set up the interview here? Um, it has full moon here. You got the moon energy here. And so the full moon, it's interesting because the full moon is next Friday, not not today, but a week from today. So based on current energies, it looks like on Friday? And then when would the actual interview be? Looks like they've got here it's the 11th through the 20th, which we're already past that in April. So that would be like May 11th through May 20th. And it's interesting with this energy. We talked about before, and there must be something impacting it right now because it feels like there's a delay that kind of came in and happened. And and that's why it's pushed off to next Friday and then um a week after that, because the 11th would be 11th through the 20th of May would be, a week or so after that. But I feel like, again, if the energy changes, right? If we're like, "Oh, no. Oh, I don't wanna wait that long." If it's like, well, this is just that I'm just gonna surrender. I'm gonna let it go. We have gratitude and be in the moment, enjoy the now, and then that allows flow and allows it to come earlier. But right now, it looks like it's pushed out to those. Um, love, we do have the Emperor energy that's coming in here, along with the Four of Cups. So we can kind of see here with love that there's a little bit of emotional kind of stagnancy, right? The Four of Cups is a bit of like, meh, just kind of feel like, things can use a little spark. Things have become comfortable and it's time for growth if you want it, right? And we've got here this, Emperor card is that you get to decide. It's about getting out of your head and into your heart. What does my heart want? Not what my head thinks I'm supposed to want and blah, 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 right? Rooted in fears and lack and need and want and all that, right? This is about what do I want for my relationship? What am I ready emotionally to go to, right? And and there is a little bit of I was gonna say scarcity, but not scarcity. It's like scare city. It's scare city, not scarcity. That's what he so because it can be scary to become vulnerable, to open our heart a little more, right? And I know from their end, that's like, ooh, vulnerability. Uh-oh, here we go. But I feel like it's time to be a little more vulnerable about what our fears are and what's below the surface here. And I feel like that's what you have to decide. Are you ready to go to a new level of openness together, right? So I like that. And then work, you have the high priestess along with what is this one here? The 7 of pentacles. Yeah, right. So we do have here, a little slowness coming in here with work. Of course, 7 of pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And a little bit of this high priestess stepping back. Is this, and they're kind of talking about, is this really what you want? Is this what you want to do the rest of your life? Is there something else you'd rather do? It's about getting in tune with your higher self, looking behind the scenes, get into your emotions and get into that. And is this really what I want to do? Right. And with the 7 of pentacles too, it's like once you start to get something, it's like, well, this doesn't feel like I thought it would. Like, oh, like if you get this position, right? Oh, wow, this feels, it kind of feels a little not as much as I thought it was going to feel. Like I thought I was going to be like, woohoo. But I'm like, okay, well, it's exciting, but it wears off. It's like, well, what's next? Right? Because it's something that you're fulfilling with your head and not with your heart. And I do feel like this is what they're, wanting you to kind of look into. Because it is a time of the slowness happens for you to step back and go, what is my dream? Even me, I mean, I'm 59 years old. I know. If I wanted to be a nurse, if that was like my dream, I'd be like, well, let me look into nursing school and do that. Um, you know, um, what's stopping us? Our life is only so long, 80, 90 years old. We're lucky if we get that old. Some people live into their hundreds. So it's like, for the time we have left, what do we want to do? What are we waiting for? Right. So I feel like there's that kind of energy coming in. Your fortune cookie is attraction. I like that. It says, I attract a loving, happy, fulfilling relationship into my life. And I like that. Are you ready to go to that next level and attract this in, right? How can I make my relationship more loving, more happy, more fulfilling? I like that. Beautiful. Right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. We'll get around to your free reading eventually here. As long as the power stays going, we're good. All right. So many blessings. All right. And then we have footwork. Hello, hello. Val, you'll be up next here. So we've got you there. And then Debbie, oh, hey, hey. Thank you for your donation. You'll be up after that. No, not raining here. We definitely need it, here because we're actually in, fire warning danger territory. So, yeah. Yikes, 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 right? But, so thank you. I'll go to that, and then we still have your free reading, on the books, so we'll do that. Then we have Stormborn. Hey, Stormborn, good to see you. I see your donation. We'll get you on the list here as well, times 2. All right. Thank you for that. We'll get you on there. Boom, boom. All right. And we have Krabby Cake. Hey, Krabby Cake. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Welcome. Yeah, you did 2 questions. You said, "Will BioPlus be a good fit?" And then, "Will Elevance BioPlus be" oh, good be a good fit. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We can definitely do that. So times 2, boom, boom. Yeah, how did that happen? AI, it's taken over. But thank you for your dual donations. Even if maybe it's me, I'm attracting in, because I said earlier, abundance comes to me easily and effortlessly. It's having everyone push, "Whoops, I didn't mean to do 2 donations." But we're all good. You actually will get a talisman oracle, for making 2 donations. Or if it's, because if your donations are $5 or more, one of your oracles is the talisman, so you'll get one of those. All right, so I think I've got all them updated here. So let me take a sip of my, what is this? Oh, it's a grape, zero Gatorade, what is it? Electrolytes, right? Making sure I'm keeping my electrolytes up, trying to keep this body going as long as we can, right? All right. So let's get into it here. So, Val, footwork, we got you at maybe 3:12:46 with the power outage. I don't think my timestamps are going to be right. So I'll recheck those, like I said, in post production. All right. And you wanted a general read. So let's take a look here. Oh, let me give your donation a love and a like here. All right. There we go. So, Val, let's take a look here. Go to these 2, these 3, and this one. All right. What do we have coming in here? Bottom of the deck, you do have the 6 of Pentacles. So, there is a great energy here of, this wonderful balance, this um, abundant energy that's coming in. I like this, the balancing of the scales and especially around pentacles. It's this feeling of abundance coming in that means you have enough for you and enough for others as well. So, I like this. I like this energy that's coming in with that. So, that's your underlying energy. Let's see what this is about. and see what we got. Night, night, JoJo. Oh, yeah. Coachella is in the desert. I love it. All right. Let's take a look here. So you have the sun, you have happiness. So you have this again, a very one of the most abundant cards in the deck. Uh, so fullness, abundance, a lot of joy, a lot of good optimism. It says here too, which I like those words for that energy. But I like it that it's this bright light shining on you, and a lot of clarity coming in with this too. With the Hierophant, yeah. And the Hierophant allows you to see things from a different perspective. It is the number 5, major arcana number 5. They're the master of change and, as well. So, I like this, that they're bringing in this, I guess, energy or era, because I wanted to say era. That sounds kinda strange, but it's an era of change for you where you're altering things and you're allowing the bright light to shine and going, "Alright, I see what I want to change now, what I'm letting go, what I'm" and there's the scales, "What I'm taking off of this scale and putting something on this to help balance things out." So I feel like you're getting a lot of clarity around this, and to trust that, to trust this information that you're seeing now because there's this bright light, that's shining on you right now. You have 3 cards in the middle. Yeah, here you go. New ideas. So here's that bright light shining, giving you new ideas, new creative ideas, new clarity on again, there's this, I'm taking this away and add this over here because things kind of feel like maybe they've gone a little out of balance, but you're finding this here. And the Chariot, yeah, you got a victory energy, movement energy, power of choice energy that comes in with all this. And a surge of momentum takes you to the finish line. Your will is strong and your path is clear. So I like that. There is this, sense of having to go through winding up and down but then you hit the last little stretch to hit the finish line. You're like, all right, it's all forward from here. But I feel like that once you get this new ideas in place, when you get this clarity, then you move forward. I do feel like this is a lot of your dream work, um, you know, um, energy around that more so in your life. Then the third card with all those, 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, this abundance energy that really goes forward here. So, it takes you to the finish line and there is that abundance that comes with it. I like the term legacy for you too, because it's like with these new ideas and the way you're approaching things, I feel like you do create a sense of legacy around a new approach to skating, if that's what this is about for you, the ice skating and the how it happens. It's like you introduce something that is new you're known for it. Maybe even named after it, right? Is it a new move? But, but I like, or an approach to training or approach to learning. I feel like there's something that you wanna create where this is saying, what kind of legacy do you wanna leave? And, how you're gonna share your heart that way. So I love that for you. And then you have the 5 of Wands. Yeah, I like this, so that there's this disagreement, the 5 of Wands energy that transforms, again, that number 5, whoosh, to cooperation. So there's this transformation that comes in here. Something that feels like a disagreement in the beginning actually works in your favor because it has you rethink things, and in the rethinking of things, you find this amazing new idea that you wouldn't have had they just been like, "Oh, yeah, that's fine. Let's just do it this way." If they're like, "No, that won't work. We can't do it that way." And no matter how hard you try, you hit this like wall and you're like, "All right, well, I'm going to find a way around this because of course you're stubborn, right? I get it. It's my energy too. Are you a fixed sign?" Because I'm a fixed sign. I get it. I'm going to find a way. No one's going to tell me no. I'll find a way around this some way, somehow. And this brilliant idea that comes through. Oh, you're in Aries. Well, that makes sense too. The Aries ram. But I like this. I like this energy that's coming in here for you, and it feels really good. So I like that. Aries, Pisces, cusp. Oh, okay. I love that. Boom, boom, boom. Endings and beginnings. I love that, that ability to feel things from the higher and also the freshness and the grit to move forward. I love that. So I feel like that's what they have for you. Velocity, your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I like this new ideas and this balancing energy that's coming in. So let's take a look here. All right. Yeah. Surrender. I like it. Says, I surrender the old limiting beliefs. I awaken and am reborn into limitless possibilities. Wow. Boom. I love that. I surrender the old limiting beliefs. I awaken and am reborn into limitless possibilities. What a great affirmation. So that is what they have for you, Val. Hopefully that helps with what you're enjoying in the moment. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Absolutely. Exciting. All right. And then Debbie, oh, you're up 3:20:44. So Debbie, oh, I'm so proud of you for still being awake on a Friday for as well. So let's give your donation a love and a like here. And you'd like some love details. Let's take a look here and see what spirit will bring in. I know. What's happening? Are you all right? You're like, hurry up. My eyes are getting heavy, Bretta Z. All right, let's take a look here. And it was delayed too because of the power outage. So, all right. So, what about love? What can we know about love? Thank you. What else can we know about love? Got this one. Got this one. This one. And I feel like I want these two here. Come on. And that one underneath it too. And that one too. And this one too. All right. I think that is what we have here. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you got the Queen of Wands coming in here. Queen on fire. So, we do like this here. Underlying energy around love. It's a good reminder here. I like that influence and this, because the wands is all about possibilities and how our energy, what our focus is what, you know, because it's always going to be a range. The next love you have coming in, it's a range of the earliest you can meet them and the latest you can meet them. The more we're focusing on want, need, fear, it'll be the later we meet them when we're releasing and surrendering and focusing on what we're grateful for love we have and have had, then the sooner we can meet them, right? So the Queen of Wands, it's a great reminder that, you your energy helps your experience of how fast it feels that you meet this individual. I like here that um the card came in reversed. So you got the 8 of swords, which is normally limitation, but you've got liberation is what came out. And the 8 of swords is that you have been liberating yourselves from a lot more and more and more of expectations around what love should be. And they're basically telling you with that, um, is that you've been raising your love vibration, which will bring them in sooner and sooner and sooner and sooner. So I feel like they wanted to kind of start off just by saying, you're keep doing what you're doing, do more of that release. It'll allow them to come in sooner, or at least make it feel like they're coming in sooner for you. Because if well, let's say if the other person wasn't doing their inner work, it's still going to take a while because, it takes a while for them to make it up to where you're already at. If you both go fast, then you'll meet sooner. But if you're like zipping up and you're at this place and they're like, "Doo, doo, 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 doo," you're like, hello, there you are, but if they're going fast and you're not, you're like, "Oh my god." So, keep doing what you're doing is what we're saying, right? Let's see what else we can know here. Yeah, it comes out of nowhere, and it's unexpected. You have the full card here, spontaneity and momentum. So, it's this fast-moving, energy that comes in, and it's not anyone you know now. I feel with all this, it's you meet them out of nowhere, unexpectedly, doing something that you wouldn't think that you would meet someone at, but um, lo and behold, it comes in that way. It's Aquarius, Uranus energy of the full card, which is quirky, weird, suddenness energy too. And you got the Eight of Wands, which is fast, fast moving energy. So I like this that, you meet them and it's in a weird way, unexpected way. So I like that they're saying that it doesn't matter when it happens, it's always gonna be weird. Unique and fun, though. It's not gonna be predictable, boring, you're ready for something different anyway. So let's see what else they'll tell us here. Yeah, we do have the Nine of Cups, it is like a dream come true, so I like that, energy here. So, um and it can be even at a celebration of some sort, you know? Like, you're going to celebrate someone, going to someone's wedding, going to something where you're just like, "I'm just here for my nephew." "Oh, do you have a nephew getting married?" Wow, that came out of nowhere. "I'm just here for my nephew." And boom, "Who are you?" You know? It's like, "Whoa. Hey, Mr. DJ." "Oh, is it the DJ at your nephew's wedding?" Now you're gonna go check him out. No. Doesn't have to be, but that's what kinda came in. That's funny. But I like this, it's like a dream come true. It's someone that you're like, "Wow. Wow, wow, wow." So I love that. Let's see what else we got here. So you do have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, so it's a new opportunity. It's something new in the outside world. It's not somewhere that you go to a lot, anything like that. This will be the first time you're going wherever this is, and you're meeting this person. Yeah, with the 10 of cups. So, we definitely have that energy there, this wonderful emotional opportunity that pops in here. So, I just feel like it's gonna be just, you know, it's not well, I feel like it's comes out of nowhere with passion really quick here, but the harmony and the emotions come fast too with all this. I just feel like there's just like this and it's just like, "Oh my god." So attracted to them, but so much emotion feeling from them, which is a priority for you, right? You're like, if it's just passion, psh, well, we can enjoy that for a moment maybe, but if you're like, "Eh," but if you're like, "Wow, wow, wow," right? And I feel like your empathic energy, you're picking up on a lot of their emotions too, and you see that what they're sharing with you isn't made up, whatever, you're feeling it from them because you've been fine tuning your empathic abilities too. Underneath that, you do have the King of Wands. I like that. I feel like this is their energy too, which makes sense, right? Ooh, is that them? Do you like long hair and beards and facial hair? But King of Wands, they're definitely someone, yeah, need more than passion, yeah. And I like this. They're the king of wands. So I do feel like they're a fiery person. They have passion, but like a knight of wands is someone that's just all about the passion, 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 right? Like a prince who can't keep it in their pants, or like it's a little horny chihuahua going around humping everyone's legs, right? Then the king of wands knows when it's appropriate to express passion and not, and they can um I wanna say suppress, that's not a good word. They don't suppress their passion, they, are able to guide their passion into the correct place, right? So I like that. They are a bit of a leader. I like the fire, signy kind of energy. So they could be an Aries, a Leo, or a Sagittarius. I feel like more Sagittarius energy because they're the more mature one. Don't get mad at me, fire signs. In the Aries is the baby, Leo is the teenager, um, the Sagittarius is the older, like the elder in a way. They're not the old person though. You're like, hey, if they're rich, you can stand on their air hose, Deb. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But they're not that old, but they're the mature, and I like this energy of travel, like enjoying traveling. And Virgo's an earth sign. Yeah, they're earth energy with Capricorn and Taurus. Um, so this is more fire energy, and that's why I feel like they have this really attractive energy. But that's what I like about them because they're vibrant and smiling and upbeat and all that true, right? Mature and travel. So you're like, check, check. See what else they have here. Yeah, the Six of Wands, this mutual attraction energy, and victory energy too. I like this. This King of Wands, they're a lead, they do have a leader energy, um, and successful energy kind of coming in with all that too. But it's equal. I like the Six of Wands showing three wands and three wands. There's equal attraction. It's not just one, someone being more attractive than the other. It feels really equal with this. And then, yeah, and balanced. Two of Pentacles. So wonderful, wonderful. Um, I don't know. There's this great energy. They call it adaptability and flexibility. Um, and I like this prioritization. And I like this. They prioritize you. They don't make you feel um like someone who they're trying to fit in between the important things. Like you are the important thing and I'll fit everything else around you, you know. And it's like, yes, 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 yes. Because they get it, they understand it. If I want a queen, I don't want a queen who's just a servant. I want a queen who's my equal. And I feel like they will treat you like a queen. I know, right? I'm excited for you. No breadcrumbs. That's right. Let's see what your talisman comes in here too. So since you had a donation of $5 or more, you do get one of these. Oops, here's your talisman. Let's see what it is here. Oh my gosh. You got little seahorses finding love. You can't make this up, right? Look at little kissing seahorses. Oh. So let's see here. Finding love. So it says a pure conscious connection is awaiting you. This card doesn't always represent instant chemistry in an intimate relationship. It doesn't always, but I feel like in this case, it does, right? We were just talking about that. Yeah, working on self love. Could also represent a nourishing platonic bond based on honesty and mutual appreciation. As this card also means finding your true soulmate, be on the lookout as serendipity can bring an inevitable shift in the air that can form a spark in your love life. A stable and fulfilling connection built on trust and respect can make you fascinated with your other half, but moreover, it helps you reconnect with your true self. Wow. Seahorses mate for life. Meditate with this energy when you want to strengthen your relationship with your beloved. If you're single, you can use this energy to find a companion who understands and encourages you. Be cautious not to use this card for a relationship. that ignites a fire that burns everything in its way. Yeah, that's that over passionate one, right? True love does not make your second guess your honesty. Wait, sorry. Your true love does not make you second guess your honesty, loyalty, or your self-worth. Believe in the magic because it's here for you. Wow. Isn't that great? And it says your affirmation is I embody love, right? It helps, right? But of course, you are that someone. You are the one that needs to lead you. You're the one that needs to encourage you, but you'll take the extra from them. But your primary source of leadership and encouragement comes from you, right? So I love that. What a beautiful card. I love that for you. Finding love. In fact, I'll email it to you when we're done. So that is what they have for you, WO. We'll circle back around for your free reading in a moment. Well, not a moment, but in a while. Yeah. So we'll do that there. So that is what we got. I love this for you, though. What a perfect card. I feel like that's probably one of the few love cards out of this entire deck. Of course. And it fell out. That's what's funny is I was beginning to shuffle and it just went and fell out of the deck. So I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Sleep well. Dream well. And I got some dreams of seahorses. They're going to be like a merman. And you're going to be like, whoa, king of the sea, come get me. I love it. I know. Sleep well. All right, my dear. So we will continue on here. And shout out to Michelle Smith. I just got your donation that came through. A just because donation. Thank you so much for that. That does always, like I said, it always just makes me, I don't know. It's but because it's unexpected. I don't expect it at all. And then when they come in, I'm just so grateful. So thank you so much for that. I really am really grateful. All right. Much love to you, Michelle. Are you sure you don't want a talisman oracle? Just a little oracle? I know. I'm just going to receive without needing to feel like I have to give back. I'm going to bless you. All right. So, Stormborn, you're up. So 33717. And then if you think of your second question, you can put it out there. So let's take a look here. Cheers, cheers. Let me take a quick sip. So, will BioPlus be a good fit for a job for you for schedule and money? All right, let's take a look here. What kind of energy comes around BioPlus? Let's look specifically for schedule and for money and for anything else as well. So that's for money. And then what else about job fit? Anything else you need to know about BioPlus? Let's see, we got that in these here too. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, you have the King of Pentacles, which is a big abundance energy that comes in here. So, very, very strong energy flowing below the surface here. For schedule, you do have the star card as well as the Queen of Wands. Yeah. I feel like the star card is like a dream come true energy. And the Queen of Wands kind of has this you get to create your own schedule kind of energy around it. Kind of feels like they're like, or choice. Like you can have this schedule or this schedule or this schedule, which would you prefer? They're not like, "You must work this one." Feels like there's a lot of flexibility around scheduling with that, so I like that. For the money, well, I mean, obviously, that King of Pentacles, it should be yeah. Ace of Pentacles is abundance there. 5, Hierophant number 5, there's something here about training. Like, I feel like you get a certain, um, amount going in. Once you complete the training, they bump it up, and it feels like you have an opportunity. If the more you learn, the more you can move up, um, and kind of go up there, right? If this energy matches it, well, let's look. There's more cards before we jump to, you know, a yes or no. Let's see what energy you feel comes from these. Because spirit doesn't have a should, they are like they'll tell you the energy around it, and um it's like saying, "Is Rocky Road ice cream the one I should get?" And they're like, "Well, here, have a taste of it. Do you like it? Yeah, okay, then you can choose that if you'd like." But they're not gonna go, "Yes, you must have this Rocky Road ice cream." They're all about there's no wrong choice, just different choices, different flavors. What would you like? They don't look at it as right, wrong, good, bad, better, worse kind of energy. But you do have more cards, so let's look at that first. Um, you do have the Page of Pentacles. Again, there's this money for learning, and I feel like if you have any kind of experience or education, I feel like they're gonna give you, more money for that, and if you don't already have it, I feel like they will give you more as you take classes or get certifications or, complete different training, within the company. You got the 4 of Wands. Wow, joy and celebration energy. So, very joyful, happy environment. I feel like a lot of people are happy there. So even if you search them, like maybe on the internet, kind of look at that energy and see what kind of is out there. But I feel like you'll get a lot of this. A lot of people really enjoy it there. And you have the Queen of Cups. Trust your intuition with this. She's very almost like the High Priestess. Trust your gut. Um, but I do feel like they really they really appreciate people with empathy and large hearts. And and so instead of like, saying, it's all about the bottom line, they're like they want people to have customer service and interpersonal skills. They really like people with emotional intelligence. That's there too. And it's like they reward kindness, right? So they might even have like a rewards program for customer compliments or, peer compliments and things like that too. So I like it. It feels like a good environment. See what else they got here too. I do feel here it's unexpected with the 3 of swords that's coming in here. I don't feel like that's not a that you're it's a disappointment of a company or anything like that. I feel like it is um it's like it's not a regular place that you've, worked. It's not like Google or Apple where when you look at them and they're like, "Oh my god, what a weird, unique, like, whoa, totally different atmosphere." But it's an unexpected type of atmosphere. You're like, "Whoa, this is different." Like, I'm not used to being supported at work. It just feels different. But so it's unexpected. Oh, it's a work from home. Well, that's why, right? So I like this atmosphere, and the atmosphere doesn't have to be the physical atmosphere. It's how things it's the emotional and intellectual and, you know, energetic atmosphere of a company. So it feels like it's very unexpected. Yeah, transformation. I got death and rebirth with the 7 of cups. Do you feel like it's gonna be a bit odd at first because of this transformation and a wide variety of different emotions? Because it is so different and they approach things differently, but it doesn't feel like in a bad way. This does feel very positive, that's coming in here. So, I feel like based on the current energy, especially starting off with the King of Pentacles on the bottom, I really like that. So if that energy suits you, then you can be like, all right, that sounds good to me. Sign me up if they offer it, right? So it seems like a good one there. Um, and let's we'll give you your talisman oracle for that one, since again it's usually it's close enough. If I round up, it's a $5 donation for your first one, right? So talisman oracle for this question. And if you think of your second question, you can put that out there, or if you need to want to save it for another day, you can do that too. If you can't think of anything right now, there's no pressure. I'll put an IOU on my little thing here, and we'll keep that. Let's see here. What do they want you to know here? What else about this company? It's the talisman that can help. This one here. All right. So you've got concealment. Ooh, interesting. Let's see what this card brings in here for you. So you've taught yourself how to be strong, how to be a go-getter, and how to protect yourself. You've conquered obstacles because you know where you stand, and hiding behind a mask can feel safe. When you conceal your true identity and don't let people fully know you, they can't hurt you. The glamorously painted faces look very appealing and provide a sense of shelter. However, if you keep avoiding connecting on a deeper level, it can leave you feeling vulnerable and alone. Commit to making choices that are better for your unique essence and purpose. So I love that, making the choice for them or not, there is this, great energy here, right? Um, the talisman power of this card says use this power when you want to unmask a certain aspect of your life. If you need to reveal your true feelings, or when you need to dig beneath the surface of a situation that has left you unsure of yourself. Imagine carrying the mask for a little while and then envision yourself removing it. At first, this may be frightening and might make you feel exposed and vulnerable, but you will learn to stay stronger and forthright with practice. Try writing down on a piece of paper something positive that people don't know about you. Ooh, I love that. And I like this affirmation is I am true to myself. So I love this, regarding this company as you're hearing and if they offer you the job and you whatever you're feeling through it all, be true to yourself. And I like that. And in the beginning, like I know we're a new company or we kind of put on a mask in a way, but then allow yourself to be true to you, and you don't need to try to be who you think they want you to be. You get to be you. I like that. I feel like that environment also supports that. So I like that. All right. And then I see your second question. So we will go to that next here. And we also have Alice in the house. Hey, Alice. Good to see you. Thank you for your dual donations. We'll get you on the list here. You'll be up here right after Storm. All right. Got your questions on the list here. I think that was it. Yes. All right. So Stormborn, for your second donation, we got 348.28. There is your timestamp for that one. And I didn't give your first one a love and a like. How rude. We'll give both of them a love and a like here. Okay, good. And you said a new album came out by Noah. Is that Kahan? Kahan? You wonder what Jordan thinks in regards to us about it, if he relates it to us. Oh, okay. I'll take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, what does Jordan think of this album in regards to us, right? And does he relate it? And if he does, how? All right, let's see what we got here. So, first of all, what does he think in regards to us about it? Wow. So, we got the Two of Cups. So, it does make him think here about your relationship, the partnership, and also the disconnection. So, it seems like there's a lot of that energy that's there. Underneath, on the bottom of the deck, we have the balance and the imbalance, you know, energy that comes in here. But it does feel like the cycles of I don't know, the cycles it almost feels like this is something to do with the album, right? It feels like it's the cycles of love, of you know, the cycles we go through in love in a way. Just feels like it's that kind of song kind of thing. It'd be funny if that was the name of the album, right? Cycles. But I feel like that's kind of the energy. Let's see here, how he relates it to you, because it feels like he does here. Yeah, and we do have I feel like it's the both sides, because here's the 10 of Pentacles, the legacy, the fullness, but then also the instability that comes in here too, right? Oh, nice. Remind you of divorce forever. Yeah, the cycles, right? The birth and death of relationship. So I'm gonna have to write that down. I'm gonna go check that out after we're done here or tomorrow. And it was my Noah, and Kahan. Kahan. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna go check out Gorillas Damascus and Noah Kahan when I get around to that. So let's see here. What else does this represent? Yeah, we got the limitation and the liberation. So the release of, expectations, the thoughts, the beliefs, the mindsets that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, and then the feeling of freedom that comes from it. The great divide. All right. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Oh, the great divide. Wow. So there is that the liberation from limitation, from feeling restricted, this freedom energy. We got the Two of Wands, yeah. The making plans, the change of plans, the energy that's invested in how things can change and go a different path, with that Two of Wands. That energy changes. Yeah, even the Six of Swords. Beliefs change, thoughts change, letting go of the old ways of thinking. It feels here more like a change of thought, a change of how things happen, a change of expectations, which allows us to leave, you know, choppy waters to go to calmer waters. It's about the rite of passage, distance, and escaping energy on this particular deck is what they have here. Self sabotage and baggage. There you go. Divorce, right? And then, yeah, and I was gonna say it's like because you have the Two of Wands, which is the best laid plans, but then there is that, you know, changing direction. run away from problems, yeah, and it is, it's like I go a different area, and it is about growth, it is about the voyage, you know, the 3 of Wands, and it is about, you know, having progress, but then feeling frustrated as we take 1 step forward, 2 steps back is kinda what I feel kinda comes in as well, and, yeah, and the King of Pentacles, which is interesting. So that was the energy of your last, the bottom of the deck for your last reading. Maybe this boss, maybe the big boss at the new company. No, I'm just kidding. But it is again, this is, a, father boss energy, provider energy, father boss, but I feel like there's something to do about I married my father, or we marry our fathers, but there is this benefit that comes in with the enterprise energy, I mean, the King of Pentacles energy, because it's I can see I can see the benefit. Eventually, I'll be able to see the benefit of why I went through what I went through, because the King of Pentacles is this. He goes through the entire suit of the Pentacles. He learns a lot around about life and worth and feeling worthless and, going through all that, adventure. But the big thing that he really likes to share is his experience of the Four of Pentacles, which is when we realize that when I define myself by the outside world, relationships, right? Situations, jobs, education, social status, marital status, um, my body things, my body, my bank account, my possessions, that I feel unstable because all those things are unstable, but they all point me back to me. All this energy, all these instability of the outside world, out of those 3 buckets, you know, puts us back to us, right? Yeah. I don't think he sees things as clearly as you do. I feel like he sees that this is like, it reminds me of the good times, it reminds me of the bad, but I don't feel like it's clicking of them going, "Oh, this is about me, and I run away from my problems." No. I don't feel like he's in that place of as being aware and seeing the clarity that you're seeing in it. So I don't feel like it's gonna be iconic for them. I just feel like they're going, "Oh, this does remind me of this." What were that was that like a favorite artist between the 2 of you? Um, but I feel like he gets it to a point, but not as clear, right? Yeah. Yeah. To you, yeah, but it's like, of course, he's not in a place of self-reflection. He's in a place of blaming others. Because when we as humans are in a place of, um, we're not as aware, you know, we're we can't be at fault because we have kind of like this all or nothing. I'm either a success or a failure. There's no gray. It's black and white. Till we learn to, you know, that the world is a sea of gray, and then we can, give other people grace, and then we can go, "Oh, wow, this is about me." He's not in that place. He's more in that I have to blame other people, otherwise I'm a failure. When we allow a sea of gray where I'm not success and failure is redefined, and we can be down here and still feel like we're a success. If we allow that, then we can also see that we have things that we can work on, our fears that are we're projecting out on other people. So, I feel like there is possibilities that he'll get it eventually. What I'm really seeing is he's got a lot to go through yet till he gets to the place of life becomes so obvious to him that he sees it, but he's not in that place yet. Yeah. And he's having the perfect adventure for what he wanted to experience, you know? That's the whole thing is, like, we're all little mad scientists doing our little mad scientist experiments in our little mad scientist laboratory, and everyone's in their little mad scientist laboratory doing their own little experiments. We don't know what their experiments are. We don't know what they wanted to. We barely know ours until we blow stuff up, right? Then we're like, "Oh," we start to realize what our journey is about, but we don't know what other people are going through and what mirrors they're saying, right? Yeah. Yeah. And, um, and what's amazing is some people look at our life and they say that about us, right? We're like, "Yeah, I admit that's why my podcast is called The Easier Path," not the easy path, but the easier, because I learned a lot of stuff the hard way. And, those sometimes are the things the hardest lessons learned are the ones we keep so close to us for the rest of our life, right? If it's an easy lesson, we might forget, but those hard lessons, we got the scars to prove it and a reminder of the scars all the time, right? Oh, yep, I remember that lesson. I learned that well, not doing that again. So we do that. Let's see what your other talisman is here for this too. So is this going to be about music? Oh, let's see. This one came flying out. Confidence, Queen Bee. Boom, boom. I like it. Let's see what else we have here. So, yeah, the Queen Bee shows up in your reading to remind you of your stamina and the vital role you play in someone else's life. Boom, you're a great mirror for them, right? That's why we're not together. I get it. You are completely and utterly unique, and your confidence and self esteem are what make you influential. You have been chosen for your part because you have all that it takes to lead the way. Your self confidence grows as you look for your answers through knowledge and experience. There you go. The sacrifice of short term gratification in order to achieve long term goals yields some of the biggest rewards. Fear of failure or even of your success is counterproductive. You know that to double your accomplishments, you need to double the number of mistakes. So don't be afraid of making a misstep. Wow, I love that. So use this talisman power to charge your self confidence. Envision the power of the queen bee caring for her own needs and those of others. See yourself rising up strong and determined. I love that. Your affirmation is I am me, I am enough. Wow. I love it. Yeah, I like that. So beautiful energies. Thank you again for your dual donations. Um, so I love that spirit had you do that because you needed to hear that tonight, right? So I love that. So many blessings to you. Thank you again so much. And let's see here. We got Sean G. I got your free question. I'll add you on to the free list here. And Krabby Kaka, I am. You can get on the free list. Absolutely. If you want to put your question out there, I'm um, finishing up a few donations here. Oh, yeah. We had a power outage here. And so I have no idea really how long we've been. I've only completed donations. So I'm going to finish Alice's two. And then I will go in and start free readings here. Only got about a dozen, I think. So if you feel free to add your question. All right. So let me take another sip and then Alice will jump into yours. Cheers, cheers. And Sean, I don't know if you heard, I did complete yours, though the timestamp may be off by about an hour. I will get the correct timestamps when I'm done with the session. I'll go check them out and do the correct ones. So, hey, Charlene. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. All right, crabby cakes. I got crabby cakes. Crabby cakes. Is that your crab cake? Crabby caca. I got your free reading on the list here. All right. So let's jump in. So Alice, number one, 40425. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. So, you want to know Kyle's thoughts and feelings about you in the future of you guys' connection. What do angels and spirit guides want you to know? All right, let's take a look here. So, Kyle's thoughts. And then their feelings. Okay, got those there. And then what the angels and spirit guides want you to know about this connection. I feel like we got this one and this one. I do want this one, and I do want this one. All right, so what we got here. So, what are Kyle's thoughts? So, we got the 9 of Wands and the Justice card. So, 9 of Wands is a bit of it's a block energy. So there is this is their, thinking is, I'm keeping this barrier up. The Justice card is still this balancing energy, still seeking clarity around relationship. The Justice card is ruled by Libra. Libra rules over the house of relationships. And but they kind of have this pause as they're just kind of reevaluating, just kind of, looking for that the clarity of that ace of wands, not wands, ace of swords. And, you know, so it just feels like that's kind of where they're at is it's on hold. I'm not moving forward yet. I'm still evaluating, still like the little psh, 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 the little wheels turning. You're like, have we lost connection like it was earlier when I had the power outage? And that's the way it looks like on the screen. It's Bretta Zen's not home. Something's weird. So I feel like that's kind of the thoughts, their feelings about you in the future of your connection. Wow. Yeah. We've got the surrender, the hangman, which is also standstill, right? So there is this energy of pausing, that's coming in here. And the emperor. Yeah, even in this one, the king, not the king, but the emperor, it's like the king of wands, which is this I'm trying to get out of my head and into my heart, but I feel like they're so caught in their head that, this is like it's almost like your reading for their thoughts is copied and pasted into the place where their heart's supposed to be, because there is this pause and I'm trying to decide what I want kind of energy. So which makes kind of sense because I feel like as we talked about it, that they have a hard time connecting to their feelings and they kind of do a lot of overthinking, right? So let's see here. What do your angels and spirit guides want you to know around this here? Yeah, I've got the 7 of Cups. So there's a lot of different emotions out there. There's a lot of different kind of this fantasy, energy. This is almost like that um, vision in the desert, that illusion, the oasis, right? Not oasis. It's the thing that's not real. The oasis is the thing that's real. Mirage, the mirage, right? And and we got the discernment, like they're saying, use discernment because there is a lot of different emotions that are going on there, and they have a lot of this emotional kind of fantasy energy. I do feel here, we've got the 3 of Pentacles upside down, which is bickering, and the 3 energy here. I just feel here, difficulty cooperating with others leads to it says project delays. Unmet goals create frustration, right? Because it's the opposite. Instead of working together, there's this working against one another kind of energy that comes in here. And, bickering does happen when people aren't doing what we want them to do. That's the way it can be perceived, right? If someone's complaining about what we're doing and not doing, we can go like, they're bickering, right? And there is bickering going on, like unmet expectations, right? That's kind of coming in here, and realize it's interesting how they're presenting this. Like when you're interviewing for a job, we all put our best foot forward, right? And like when we're dating, in the beginning, we put our best feet forward, even pretend, right? But eventually that facade starts to fall apart on one hand. But also we realize that, you know, they're reminding me, like in an interview once, I asked, because I used to interview people when I was a manager, and I go, "Give me an example of a time where you helped someone, help teammates grow or assisted teammates." And she said, "Oh, when I was working for the airlines, we were in training. We had to memorize all of the codes for all the airports." And she was like, "Orlando was this, da da da," and it goes, and so we were like, "Mickey Mouse, da da da." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's nice." If they would have stopped there. But they're like, "Oh, but my favorite one was DFW." And it stood for dumb effing waiter, and she said the real word to me. And I'm like, "Oh." I'm writing like, "No," in real big on her application. Because it's if you will use profanity in an interview, what are you gonna do with our customers when you're actually working for us? I mean, because you know, and that's kind of thing that's coming through here is, you know, someone shows you who they are now, they're not showing you they're putting their best foot forward. As time goes on, you'll get to get all the other stuff along with it. So I feel like there's something, to be seen here, right? Let's see what else they want you to know. Yeah, we do have here, and it's funny that we're getting a lot of the reversals here because I usually don't read the reversals, but we're having the laziness here, and this is the effort, you know. Again, if you if someone like in an interview is like really like "Whoa, blah, blah, blah," you're like, well, this is they're showing you their best up front. And we might fall in love with the possibilities of who someone could be, but it's usually they show you the best and then it goes downhill from there. That's funny. Not always, but that's what's kind of bringing in here. And I feel like your spirit guides are trying to, you know, bring a smile to your, like a smirk to your face, like a little giggle or a little laugh. They're like, why are you being so serious? Let's take a look here. What else they have here? Yeah, we got the Eight of Swords. So this is about, letting go of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small because all the expectations we have, you know, we're seeking liberation from this, right? And and again, there is this energy because they have all these expectations. And these are what making you feel trapped and restricted and small. And you're like, you know what? I want freedom. I don't want to try to fit into this unobtainable expectations they have. I'm ready to be me, right? Yeah, you have the Knight of Cups, which is this movement of emotions, right? This quest of finding your self-love. And yeah, and you do have the Star card. What, the Star card? Yeah, the Star card, which is this, you know, um, it's like there's this dream come true out there, not to give up hope for love, but not specifically with them. This is about your own journey, your own, um, you know, you can wish upon a star, but it's about letting go of expectations. It's like, I would love someone, who is this and has this and has this, because this feels important to me. But I feel like there is this with the Eight of Swords, they're kind of saying, um, you know, what are you looking for from someone? And what is the root of why it's difficult to let them go, kind of energy, right? On the bottom of the deck, they saved it for the last because we've got the Six of Pentacles, which is generosity and inequality, right? It's this out of balancedness. It comes into the Six of Pentacles, talks about the overgiving, right? And when we get to that, you know, um, getting to that, um, realization that I overgive because I need to do that to feel good about myself, right? And the Six of Pentacles energy is about, this, what is the, um, sorry, I put the cards back in the wrong way. So it distracted me. But what is the root? When was it when I was 7 years old and younger when I felt I had to give so much and I got so little back, and that out of balance, rate of exchange that was there went down there, and it sticks with us. It sticked with us through school and through work and through our relationships with friends and family and lovers, where our little inner child is like, no, we have to give 10,000 or 1,000 love coins before we deserve one back. And so we'll overgive and overgive. That creates codependent relationships, right? And it's a big aha for me when I learned that was a lot of my relationships. I was an overgiver, enabler, I think is what they call it, and where I would give and give and give, and then they would end up going outside the relationship because I wouldn't let them give to me in a way subconsciously. I was overgiving so much, like I can't give back into this flood of giving, so I'll give to, either workaholic or friends or working out or a hobby or relationship with someone else, that where they could give and feel appreciated. So there is some energy around that, and I feel like that's kind of what your spirit guides are bringing in there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here, and then we'll go to your second one, Alice. So this one is abundance. Yeah, I like this. And this is a change of energy. It says, I am blessed with and thankful for the abundance in my life. That is a great energy, because the more we're focusing on like what we're grateful for in ourselves and in our life, and then in others too, we can start, because they're a great mirror for us, maybe not to the extreme that they are, but Kyle's a great mirror for you to see, how am I having expectations on myself that are unrealistic? And how can I start being grateful for who I am, that I don't have to become something else? And then we can transform that into our relationships with others, where we look at and go, how can I be grateful, for who someone is and what they are bringing out, focusing on what's not happening or who they're not being, but who they are, because that sucks the life out of a relationship, right? We talked about that. Um, Gratitude grows a relationship. Expectations, the bickering, right, shrinks a relationship. So hopefully that helps for El Numero Uno. We'll circle back for number two here in a second. Let me just do a couple of shout outs here. So we got Charlene. Hey, Charlene. We got Melissa Hodzik in the house too. Hey, Melissa. We'll get you on the free list here. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. And then Charlene, you want to know what messages do you have coming towards you? Divine guardians, ancestors. All right, great. Charlene, you said you got that shrink, but I'm trying to figure out the meaning behind that, though. Oh, well, that wasn't for you, though. I'm on donation still, so that one wasn't for you. So you don't have to figure it out. Or if it resonates with you, you're figuring something out, right? But I like that. So we'll get to you here eventually. You're on the free reading list as well. All right, I think that was everyone here. All right. So, Alice, for number 2, we're at 41934. All right. And then you want to know, how much does Kyle think about you relative to other things? What kind of other things does he think about? All right, let's take a look here. It's interesting. My last relationship that I had, the big thing I learned was, because I was feeling like they were trying to fit me in between the important things in their life. That was my perception back then. And um, I realized that the mirror that I saw in that relationship was that I was trying to fit myself in between what I thought were the important things. I was making everyone else more important than me. And it was a big aha for me that they just brought that back. So I thought I would share that. All right. So how much does Kyle think about you relative to other things? Let's take a look here. Okay. And then what are these other things? What can we know about? What kind of other things do they think about? All right, those. All right. So how often it kind of juggles like back and forth. There's a balanced energy here, which is interesting, right? But because it's time management, prioritization that they do, the juggles. It's like the prioritization's shifting because it feels like juggling to me. So it's like, um, and it's funny because the ball that you're focusing on, that almost sounds bad, right? Um, that, there's this, the one that's in our hand that we're about to throw back up, you know, it's like, okay, because if I drop it, I'm screwed, right? So whatever ball happens to be, and it's like, woof, 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 right? So the two, that sounds even worse. The two balls that we have in our hand at the time. Let's do pins. We're we're juggling pins. So the pins that are in their hand at the time, those are the ones they focus on, and then the other ones go up into the air. So it feels like it's constantly changing. My focus is constantly altering between the things. But it feels like they all have to come back around, or I drop a pin. So I like that analogy. What kind of other things do they think about? Yeah, they think about 10 of Cups. So they think about relationships, fullness of life, all these things, family, home, stability, contentment. So they kind of look at, what do I need to have these things? I do feel like they focus a lot of energy on these expectations of what I have to have accomplished. All these things that I feel I'm supposed to be having emotionally, and family relationships, like my brothers, sisters, mother, father, aunts, uncles, grandparents. That's that kind of family. My home, my physical home, my financial stability, other stability. I feel like they're juggling all these things, right? Um, the Knight of Swords. Well, I feel like they're studying something too here. Feels like with this Knight of Swords, because this is like the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of education. So I feel like they're also, trying to learn things too, even beyond relationships and, juggling, romance, trying to find that, right? We'll see with these remaining cards if any romance comes in. But I feel like there's like, yeah, they got all this stuff, right? They've got all this, um, you know, focusing on what's not going right in their life either. So they're focusing on that energy that comes in with it all too. Um, we got the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah. So I feel like there is something here, this nurturingness. I mean, this can be mom energy, it's mother nature, mother nurture energy. But I do feel like there is, you know, this is like one of those romantic interests energies too. And who's this other one? And the sun, focusing on my happiness. There's this, um, I feel like focusing on their passions. I'm gonna leave it at that. All this fiery energy has to go somewhere, Um, self passion is what I'll call it, is what's coming in here. But this nurturing, I feel like there is, another energy with that Queen of Pentacles that because that's what we were one of the big things you were wanting to know is, what else does he think about? And we talk about batter up, right? Who's the next batter? And there's this Queen of Pentacles. So I do feel like we've got that kind of energy there as well. So they got a lot. I don't know how they well, they do. They do drop the pin, right? Because sometimes you're like, "Why aren't they responding to me? Why do I feel like I'm neglect?" Because they have too many pins in the air, and they haven't prioritized, um, any particular thing. That's why everything is kind of flowing, 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 right? So let's take a look here at your fortune cookie too. Let's see what else we got here. Got 4 of these cards left. Let's see. We got this one here. Yeah, and it kind of makes sense here. They follow their bliss and accept limitless joy. They're always looking for what makes them happy in the moment, like this joy energy. I don't know. It almost feels like they have ADHD in a way where they're constantly movement, movement, movement kind of energy. But hopefully that helps, Alice. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Hang in there. You are very patient. I have to say that when my relationships, my first one, after they cheated on me at 6 months into the relationship, I still tried to work it out for 2.5 years in misery. So I don't judge anyone. I was too patient. I became less patient as the second one relationship when they cheated on me after 6 months. Um, I no, it was a year. After a year, I was like, bye. It was like fast. I didn't like, oh no, we're not gonna draw this one out, although number three was 3 years as well. They didn't cheat, but they didn't treat me as respectable as I wanted to be treated back then. But again, I was learning about I wasn't respecting myself, so how could they respect me? They were mirroring back my self-respect, right? So, these wonderful mirrors, don't you just love them? All right. Much love to you, my friend. Hang in there. All right, Charlene, you said, "No wonder, my bad." You're cracking yourself crack yourself up. Hey, I laugh with myself all the time, I like that. So, we will, I think it's last of my donations. We'll start free readings here in a second. I'm gonna run to the little gentleman's room real quick before we dive back in, and we will, complete out the, readings here. So, I'll be back in just a moment. Just my pillow here so I don't keep falling off my chair. All right. We are back. Get all situated here. Okay. So let's check out some free readings here. Thank you guys again for all your patience and all your thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm very grateful for that. Part of the love tsunami, helping spread all the love. All right, so we've got Minahil. You're up first here at 4:30:56 here. I know these timestamps are probably not right. I'll readjust them when in post production here. So Minahil, you want to know who is that queen on Queen of Wands that's coming in your life? Do I know her or is it someone new? All right, let's take a look here. All right, thank you. So, who is this queen here? It's interesting. You got the Nine of Pentacles. Do you know them? I don't feel like you know them yet because they're kind of a hermit right now. Or you've been a hermit. I feel like it's more you because the Queen of Wands, no, they're all being seen out, they really like to be out, not the center of attention necessarily, but they're out there, right? And we have the partnership energy, which I feel like it's a friend of a friend. Like, because this partnership means it's someone important in your life. It's they know them, but you don't know them yet. So you'll meet them through a friend, it feels like, when they come in here. Um, I do feel here like they help you come out of your shell a bit because they're kind of, again, their energy just naturally takes them into the center of attention in a lot of ways. And I feel like you might not be so much like liking that. I feel like maybe you are an introvert a little bit. I resonate with that. And so if you have someone who does all the talking and does all this and pulls you out of your shell every once in a while, I feel like it's an important, energy to have. But I feel like that's who they are. Hopefully that gives you a little, awareness of who I don't feel like you even have an idea of who they are yet. I feel like they'll come in uh, through a friend. So that's what they got for you, Minihil. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right, we just started it. So Swaroop, you're up 4:33:30. All right. And so you're not feeling good. I'm sorry. You don't know what's blocking in your life to get a job, any new job coming in this month. All right, we'll take a look here. Now, I don't know if I feel like I did mention my podcast, my free podcast, The Easier Path. If you go to the link in the playlist, the last one is before this one, I think it was episode 14, Abundance Where It Be, I feel will give you some great energy around what's blocking your life. We'll confirm with the tarot right here, but it's either energy, because if our energy is of lack, we'll push it away. Once we get aligned in gratitude and we're drawing like a job toward us, it can get to the city gates. And if the second thing is if my inner child has this rate of exchange where it feels like it doesn't deserve a job yet, it won't open the doors and allow it to get to you. So it's a combination of two things that one brings it to us and the other lets it come in. It ships it to our doorstep, but if we don't open the door and the door is locked and it has this key code that only our inner child knows, and it's like, I'm not letting it in till it feels that we're able to. So check that out. I feel like that will help you here. Let's see what else Spirit wants you to know here as well. So, yeah. Yeah. So we've got some lower vibrational emotional energy with the sorrow card, the Five of Cups. So we're focusing in on lack, what's not happening. That would be the lower vibrational emotion. And the Harvest, the Seven of Pentacles. isn't energy. It's kind of patience energy in a way, and, still falling off my chair. Let me back up here. There we go. Maybe if I move this pillow. There we go. Um, Patience energy is like it's a lack energy because patience is like saying, I'm being patient with something that I should already have, right? Because that's what we feel. I should have had this a long time ago. Should have had is lack energy because it's I should have something now, but I don't have it. I'm being patient or I'm being impatient. That's lack energy. Because when I start focusing on gratitude for what is in my life right now and maybe jobs that I have had, that's what changes the energy, right? So, I feel like the block comes in here is this, is that disappointment, that sorrow, that loss, this lower vibrational energy, which can go back to, that rate of exchange when we were younger, because it's the 6 of Pentacles energy. And you have the 7, which is the progression past it. So I feel like there can be some um, great freedom that can come if you check out that podcast. Um, and I don't have the direct link to it, but if you go to my main page, if you click on my name, it'll take you to my main page. You'll see the Easier Path podcast. Click on it for the see the playlist. It'll be number 14. Abundance where it be. I feel like it'll be really helpful. Okay. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. Ashish, you're up. 437.22. So Ashish, again, these timestamps may not be close because I was like, we had a power outage. So I was gone an hour, I think, before I was able to reconnect when power came back on. So I'll be updating the proper timestamps in the description area. So if they don't match, just know I'll eventually get to that here. So you want to know what path will bring you closer to independence and fulfillment? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. What path will they point you to here? All right. Yeah, we got this here. Follow your heart, right? Got completion, the world card, which is an ending of a significant cycle, ready for a new adventure, free of expectations, full of possibilities, and trusting your heart. The Ace of Cups here, the new love, it said new love, but Ace of Cups is on the side. Um, it's about filling up and overflowing to the outside world. A big piece of this is, realizing that the outside world won't bring you fulfillment. And independence comes when you release the attachment you have of your worth to the outside world, to the 3 cups, right? Of relationships with humans of all kinds, friends, lovers, family, whoever, situations, career, education, social status, marital status, whatever situations we can get into things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all those things, right? And there's this release that comes in when you realize I'm what I'm looking for. You are who you're looking for. Because when we're a chalice, what we're hungry for is the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. Because that's where we come from. That's what we're hungry for. That's what our soul desires. We're that chalice, that holy grail. We are this Ace of Cups. And once we go inward and upward, then you see this overflowing, right? That's when we feel fulfilled. Otherwise, the unstable, unfulfilling, temporary energy of the outside world, it's like American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. There's no fulfillment. You might feel full for a moment, but that passes quickly because it's not eternally fulfilling. It's temporary. And so when we turn inward and upward and we fill up and overflow, doesn't mean we stop wanting things of the outside world. You can consider it like our heart is hungry for a 10-course meal with 2 desserts. And all we can find in the outside world is third dessert and fourth dessert and fifth dessert. So it's empty calories for our heart. It might fill us up for a minute, but after a while, our heart is like, I need real food, not just dessert. So we eventually get tired. We turn inward and upward and go, there it is, the 10-course meal with 2 desserts already. So we're full, filled, right? And we're filled to the full, filled to the brim, and it's overflowing, right? And so when the world brings us, like I said, we can always make room for more dessert. So even though I'm full, I'll take more dessert in the outside world, sure. Third dessert, fourth dessert, fifth dessert, but we look at it differently. Before, when we weren't fulfilled, inward and upward, when someone said, "Well, I'm not bringing you 7th dessert." "No, don't do that." We become desperate. We're like, "Oh, don't take away my dessert. That's all I have." But when we're so full, when someone goes, "No, no, we're not gonna bring that to you," we are like, "Phew, thank you. You're doing me a favor. I was so full." We're not desperate for it. We're like, "All right, no problem. I got everything I need in here." So the world changes from a place of lack to a place of abundance, full and overflowing, but it all starts when we look in here. And this world card is a victory. It's an ending of an old cycle of looking for that fulfillment out there to turning inward. And my podcast, The Easier Path, we talk about a lot of things in that. So if you want to check that out, it's a free podcast, of course. And the link to the playlist is down in the description area or on my main page too, if you're interested. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. Excuse me. Think I need to throw a throat lozenge in here. Like my voice is trying to go away. All right. That should help. All right. So we got Butterfly up next. Butterfly, we got 4:42:47 for yours. Here's your timestamp. And you would like a message from your spirit teams, please. All right, let's take a look here, see what they have here for you. Thank you again for all of your wonderful comments that you make. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what we have here. So you've got the Fool card and the Crossroads of the Two of Swords. Excuse me, my goodness. But I like this because I feel like you are coming to a crossroads and there is a decision coming up here to be made. I like how we have like the moon and then not the moon, which is the mind going one way and then the moon emotional. So it's the mind saying you should go this way and the heart's going, no, no, that's just existing. Let's go this way. And of course, there is this draw for the full card, which is all about possibility and no expectations. The mind has expectations, the heart doesn't. That's why this full card is so much about let's make this leap. Let's go in a direction we've never gone before. This is an adventure with no itinerary that I can just go and see what this is and see what unfolds, in this direction. So I feel like whatever decision this is that's coming up here, we're conflicted. Our mind is trying to take us one direction, our heart another. And I usually say to my friends, right, close your eyes, open your heart, you'll know what to do. So I have one of my friends are like, I'm so confused, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, close your eyes, take a deep breath. What does your heart say? And they're like, oh, I want to do this. Okay, that's it. It's simple, right? But closing our eyes and taking that breath gets us out of the brain. And then we just drop into the heart and we have a conversation with the heart. But usually it just comes right away. Our heart knows the way, it leads us that way. And I feel like that's what your spirit team wants you to know is follow your heart. It won't take you the wrong way. So I like it. Right. So that's what they have for you, Butterfly. Many blessings to you. Right. We got Maria P up. Thank you for your donations earlier. So here's for your free reading. Boom, boom. And a general for you for love and work. Let's take a look here. Here's love, here's work. So for love, yeah, we got the beautiful transformational energy of the Hanged Man. It says surrender. I like this. This is this interesting energy of like the caterpillar surrendering to the cocoon, allowing the transformation, giving up trying to control things, and being, you know, it's almost like you flow and are grateful for the process because we know I end up becoming a butterfly and I can't control the process. I just let it unfold and enjoy each step along the way of this transformation. And I like that. This is being in stillness, um, trusting is a big energy that comes in here. Trusting that everything is unfolding always for me. May not always match up to what the picture in my head is telling me what a relationship should be, but that doesn't mean that it's not what is perfect for me in the moment. And so when the outside world doesn't match up to this, we can try to control the outside world to make it match. You'll have this much success doing that because we can't control things in the outside world. If we get it to even kind of slightly look at it, it's like trying to get cats all together for a picture. You get one in place, you turn around to get the other one's gone. You're like, oh my God, herding cats, right? So it's surrendering and it's allowing uh, that trust of knowing that whatever's unfolding is for me. And what is it showing me? How am I growing through it? I feel is their message. Work, yeah, we got this balance at work coming in here. So there is this, again, choice energy of two things coming in here. I like it. Prioritization and time management. It's going to be important for you. But I do feel like there's two options that are coming up here for you at work. Two opportunities. You can do this or you can do this kind of approach. So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate that. All righty. And then we have Lotus of Serendipity at 4:47:57. So Lotus, whoops, try that again. There we go. So Lotus, here's your timestamp. So a message from Archangel Michael. That's right. Let's take a look here and see what Archangel Michael has for you here. What else, Archangel Michael? Thank you. All right. So you've got the Five of Swords. So we got this little competition energy coming in here with the Five of Swords. It feels like there was some sort of conflict, and this does feel like a real verbal or communicative, like a some sort of whether it's text or writing or but it does feel like there was some sort of conflict coming in here because we've got the energy is reconciliation on the bottom. And I feel like it's time, like their message is it's time for reconciliation. Yeah, we've got the Page of Wands and the King of Cups. Yeah, it's time to bring a balance between your head and heart. And then this um, Page of Wands is about taking action, taking new action, taking additional action more so. Because on the when you flip those around, we got immaturity and volatility, right? Which just totally describes that other person, right? Well, it takes two to tango, right? It takes two people to fight. And when someone goes into fight or flight mode, we do stupid stuff. All humans do. When our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, alarms go off. The intelligent, loving, compassionate side boot it out. And so if that person's reacting, then we feel unsafe because their actions are triggering our inner child. That's usually why we have a fight because someone freaks out, then we freak out. Like one cat hisses, the other cat hisses, and then right, and then we attack and run away. And understanding, I feel like that is what Archangel Michael's wanting you to know is that this other person, what they said or didn't say, did or didn't do, was from fear, not personal against you. They didn't wake up thinking, I'm going to piss you off today or try to hurt you. They, whatever they did was out of fear. And then when we went into fear mode, we also, triggered. We can't do anything about their trigger, but we can look at us and go, okay. So this reconciliation with whatever this is, if we go about it going, "I want an apology to them," it's not gonna be successful. I'll reconcile if they will do this and this and this. No. This is about, let me look at first what was triggering within me. Where were my fears? What was going on in here, right? And that's how we can do it. There's a wonderful ways of, I would like to talk about what happened. I learned a lot about what I was fearing in the moment, and I'd like to share that and hear where you were coming from. And so it's not about you need to fess up or blah, blah, blah. This is about being vulnerable, right? And I feel like when it's ready, you, of course, don't have to do it until you're ready. But I feel like they're saying it's time to reconcile. So hopefully that resonates for you. That's what they have for you, Lotus of Serendipity. I know. Michael, shut up. I'm just kidding. All right. And then we have Cat Mia is up 452. Oh, I think it was oh 03. It's okay. All these are wrong anyway, I believe. So I'll double check them all once I get done. So you're not able to grab the knowledge. How can I change that? Open your hand. Don't try to grab it with your hand already full. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see what that means. Empty your mind. Empty your mind. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. When you try to grab something with a closed mind or a full mind, it's like trying to grab something with a fist that's closed. To open your mind, open your hand, right? Interesting. Let's see what this says. All right, these two. Yeah. So we've got the Justice card, which is about letting something go on one side of the scale allows something else to be added. You do have the Page of Pentacles, which is don't give up. There's another opportunity to learn. I love that, learning. They call it here, the Page of Pentacles. So, but the Justice card, there is this, if you look at two sides of the scale, on one side are small t truths rooted in fear, and that's overloaded when we're growing up. And then we're searching for higher knowledge, right? You want capital T truth, or you want more knowledge. It's like to balance the scales, we take an untruth, a small t truth rooted in fear, we question it, we transmute it, that becomes spiritual knowledge, and we put it over here. So that you weren't able to grab the knowledge, I feel is you need to go to the root of the emotion behind the knowledge, because we're feeling beings who think, not thinking beings who feel. I'll say that again, because our emotional center, we are emotional beings first. Then that's in the womb to 7 years old. 7 to 14 is when the brain develops. So we start to think, but we're emotional beings who think, not thinking beings who feel. So to get to the knowledge, to the heart, you have to get to the heart of the knowledge to grasp the knowledge. Ooh, some pretty cool stuff there. So that's what they have for you, Cat Mia. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Right. And then we've got Blueberry. You are up for 5505. All those fives. Of course, that might not be your true timestamp by the time I get to them, but what's coming up for you in the next 3 months? All right, let's see here. Based on your current energies, What is headed for you in the next 3 months? I feel like we got 1 and 2 and 3. Month number 1, you got the 2 of Wands. This is the making plans card, and it is about it's like the King of Wands where you get into your heart to find out what your heart wants. Get out of your head and into your heart, and then make a plan, and then you start taking normally you'll start taking action toward it. But your first month is you're making some new plans. You're getting out of your head, and these are plans from the heart about what is my joy? Where is it leading me kind of energy. Month number 2, you have the 6 of Pentacles. So balancing the scales. I feel like this is also getting to the root of things. And this is about, um, if you haven't checked out my podcast, this last one, before this one, number 14, which is abundance, where it be, talks about the 6 of Pentacles. This has to do with the rate of exchange your inner child has about how much you have to give to receive, because this making plans and putting energy into something is going to bring things to your city gates. But if your inner child goes, we don't deserve that yet, it's just going to sit out there until they do. If you look into that, the 6 of Pentacles, month number 2 feels like you get into that. You transform it, you bring it from 1,000 to 1, where you have to give 1,000 coins to get one back, down to 100, down to 10, even down to 1 to 1, where the city gates are open all the time, because the city gates only open when your inner child feels you've given enough to be able to be worthy to receive. It resets back to 0, it closes the city gates again. So the ideal abundant situation is when it's 1 to 1, because then the gates are just open. We give, we receive, you know. That's month number 2. Month number 3, you have the King of Wands, like what I was talking about, and the 6 of Swords. So you really have a lot of clarity. You're leaving behind some old ways of thinking in month 3, looking at things from a higher perspective, which allows movement and transformation. But again, when I was talking about the King of Wands in the beginning with this 2 of Wands, you are reevaluating things in the 3rd month, going, okay, after I understand this, energy, of the lower, inner child, and it allows me to look at things differently now that I have a different rate of exchange. So I feel like in the 3rd month, you do make some changes and some adaptation of some things as well. So that is what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. Hey, Marissa, good to see you. Let me see here. Oh, I guess it did. It just came through. So thank you so much for your donation. Actually, I just hit 30 minutes of free readings because we started at 4 hours and 30 minutes, and we have like 2 more minutes. So I'll complete one more free reading and then I'll jump to you, Marissa. So thank you so much. We'll be right to you there. All right. And it is Livier Vagara. Hey, Livier. Yeah, 458.58. I will complete all of the free readings tonight, but I do prioritize donations. So when I'm outside my little 30-minute window that I do for free readings, so we will return back to the free readings intermittently between other donations. So you want a period of time when you'll meet the Leo. Where could it be? All right, let's take a look here. Let's grab the when deck here and see what we can know about the time period and where, right? Where. So you've got the Tower card. I love it. So the Tower card is an abruptly energy, is what the timing says down here, abruptly. And I feel like it is after there is this, after something is removed out of your life to make space for this. So, we ask when, and they're like, "Oh, it'll be abruptly." Like, can we have a time frame and the period of time? They're like, "No, you can't." Because this is suddenly, abruptly out of nowhere, like a lightning strike. There they are. Um, So I do feel here, you know, that they are, yeah, this is all about secrets revealed, upheaval in your life. I do feel it's after a move of some kind because it is a sudden where something, well, something is moved out of your life, but you might even be moved into something else as well. Um, because I feel like the where is wherever you're going to is where you meet them. So I do feel like there is this change of location, whether it is another city or another home or another nation or whatever it may be, it does feel here. And they're not giving you time. Because I feel like there is something to be learned in that. And it's like, fine, I will surrender it. And I trust you'll bring the perfect person, the perfect timing, the perfect way. In the meantime, I'll focus on the gratitude of the moment and what's bringing me joy. What's the very next step for me? Fine, right? So I feel like that's where they want you right now. They're like, it's a need to know and you don't need to know right now. I feel like they're saying there's other things for you to focus on right now, like the very next step. What's the very next step? What's the next step? They keep on saying. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. I know. We can ask again in the future to see if you need to know yet. But right now, that's the kind of energy that's coming through. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. So Marissa, thank you so much for your donation. We got you at 50203. And so you wanted to know, did Alshan mean everything he said last night? It felt sincere. All right, let's take a look here. We knew he was coming back around, right? All right, let's take a look here. Got these three here. This one. Not that one, but we do want this one. And this one here. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Cups coming in, the movement of emotion, charming, the charmer, right? Sometimes I know that can be play energy. So, we'll take a look and see what these other cards come in. You do have 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 cards. There's a countdown energy here. The 3 cards that came out together, we do have the Ace of Cups, which is new love energy. We do have the 3 of Wands, which is a change of direction. And we do have the King of Pentacles that's coming in here. So we'll get more clarity with these other 2 because again, this energy that I'm picking up, is a new love energy, is like, let's try this, new, let's try again, right? Kind of love energy. But the 3 of Wands is, if we're not going to do things differently, it's just going to end up what it ends up being before, right? Because this King of Pentacles is an energy of, when we define ourselves by the outside world, we feel unstable, right? That's one of the big things the king learns. And remember that self-worth comes in here, not out here. But we'll pursue it out there till we realize, we keep on doing the same thing we all do. We look for our worth in relationships and situations and things till they're disappointing enough that they point us inward. And I mean, there's this trying to find fulfillment in a relationship energy that's coming in here. And we'll look at these other cards, but, you know, the way that it comes through here is that people can have the best intentions in the moment, when they're moved, right? When they're moved with this love energy, right? But does that mean they're going to complete it, right? Does that mean they're going to really mean it? So they could mean it in the moment. Let's see what these other cards are here, right? We got the King of Swords. We do have the Hermit card. So there's this I don't want to be alone energy. And, the King of Swords, they're the master of talking, right? Creating good stories. I don't know. I just get such a it's not a player energy, but it's a romancer energy and someone who's like a silver-tongued devil, they know what to say. And, what was his name? He was a very famous romancer back in like the Renaissance time. I forget what his name was, but he was known for, he loved being in love, but not with a particular person. He just loved being in love. And he knew what to say. He would have all these, liaisons with, in fact, I think it was from the movie Liaisons, because he would always be able to, romance people until there was another movement of emotion somewhere else, kind of energy. Let's see what this last card is here. Yeah, we got the Two of Wands energy, which is that, going back and forth. You know, did we get that before? There's always two passions, right? So it doesn't mean I feel like they feel they mean what they say. Um, I feel like he thought he was sincere, right? But it's always in the moment, that he says things and when he's moved emotionally, but that doesn't mean like people have good intentions, but a lot of times people don't have the ability to live up to the intentions. So, it's important to know that. And, you know, and I get it, if you want to say, well, I want to believe them, but rather than believe what someone says, ask them to show you consistently for 3 months. I know, right? Because that tells you something right away, right? Whenever someone goes, "I've changed, no, I want something to be different," because if things haven't changed, we're just gonna keep doing what we've always done, get what we've always gotten. In order to get something different, we have to do things different, right? But when you when someone's wanting to come back, we can do this, "Well, let's try a trial of let's try for 3 months, consistently showing up, consistently, showing me who you are, not telling me, but showing me who you are for 3 months, and then I'll decide then. You're not moving in, you're not maybe even not even, if unless you want sex or whatever, but sometimes it's like, I want you to date me, I want you to, show me." And if they're like, "3 months, oh my god, blah, blah," "Oh, you haven't changed, have you?" That's the and the thing is, though, is like, "Alright, I will show you for 3 months." It takes 30 to 60 days to change a habit, that if they show you consistently for that period of time, they might actually change. See, it's plans within plans, plots within plots, but, if they can consistently show up in a way, then, okay, you've shown me who you are now, and you have changed, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna keep repeating the old cycle, so hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. We're down to 3 cards here. Let's see, which one is it? This one? Alright. Hmm, yep. You got timing. It's all about the timing. Sorry, I'm crunching my throat lozenge. The The card says the timing is just right for my dreams, desires, and goals to manifest. But I feel like they're talking about the timing thing that I was talking about, right? The timing is 3 months, consistently showing me, all of your, um, the things that you say that you mean and show it to me, right? So, hopefully that helps, Marissa. I feel like that's what they have here. Um, I feel like that they want to be different, but I don't see that they've done anything to be different, but maybe they'll do it, right? Maybe they can show you. Miracles do happen. All right. You're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. All right. All right. So I think it was that we're back for um free reading. So we got Rahul, you're up 5/11/26. So Rahul, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And the outcome of your career in the next month. Will you be happy? All right. Based on your current energies. Let's take a look here. Nope, none of those. All right. Boom, boom. This is interesting because you have a disappointment, the heartbreak, the Three of Swords, the disappointment card, but it brings you a new opportunity. You learn here, you have this new Ace of Pentacles, which is a new job project that unfolds. So it feels like here, yeah, I feel like over the next month, you will, by the end of it, be happy, but I feel like you're gonna have a disappointment or something that doesn't unfold as expected, and you're like, "Oh, man," but because of that not working out, something even better comes your way, and you're like, "Okay, this new opportunity presents itself that I wouldn't even be looking at if this thing would have happened because I would have been so consumed with it and sucked into it that I wouldn't have seen it, but because of that, this is like, "No, no, put that away." It's like you're about to eat dirt, and the universe goes, "No, no, don't eat dirt. Here's an ice cream cone with your favorite ice cream." "Oh, okay, that's much better." So, I do feel, that's what's coming in here for you. So that is what they got for you, Rahul. I like it, right? So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Debbie O. Debbie O, we had 5/13/26. Thank you for your donation earlier. I know you're probably asleep right now. So here, we'll make sure we have your correct timestamp once I finish the session. But whatever comes up for you, let's see. What else does Spirit wants you to know? Okay, got this and this here. If I can miss one too. All right. Wow. So you've got this wonderful Leo energy of the Strength card coming in here for you, and the 10 of Cups coming in here for you, relationship energy, and we got the also the victory energy of the World card, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. I like this for you because it is saying here that you're so much more stronger than you give yourself credit for, right? Than you believe. There's so much strength here, so much courage to step forward, even. And courage doesn't, it's not that you don't have fear. Um, Courage is fearing something and doing something anyway. Like, I don't know, I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to do it, right? So I like this 10 of Cups and this victory energy and this ending of the old, and you've been releasing with this 10 of Cups, releasing a lot of emotional energy, a lot of disharmony to bring in harmony. And I like this for you, that this is your goal. You're doing it for you, which is a big change of cycle, right? You're doing this for you, not for to please other people, not to be, you know desirable or this or whatever. You're like, it doesn't matter. regardless, I'm doing this for me. I'm transforming my own emotions, my own for my self-love, not because then I'll be able to find someone. You're like, no, because, well, there could be like that's just an extra added benefit. Just makes it even more inspiring to want to do it, right? Because when you fill up with your self-love that this relationship is going to be above and beyond, wow, like the 10 of cups, like full and overflowing. Where if you don't, it's only going to be right. So I love this for you. You have the courage, you are stepping forward, be bold, keep going. um, I love that. I kind of like a celebration of what you have done and what's coming forward for you, but I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we got Sean G. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here is your timestamp for your free one. And was today productive for your highest growth? All right, let's take a look here. All right, we got these three cards here. So you have the Lover's card here. Oh my gosh. You got the Lover's card and the Two of Cups, both partnership cards. I mean, major arcana and minor arcana of the Lover's card, really. Um, and you've got the Hierophant too. It definitely brought you a lot of clarity here. And because this is a stepping stone energy with the Hierophant. It's like your higher self bringing you clarity, showing you things. So it is a lot like student teacher energy. And I feel like it was very, I would say you could choose that it's productive or you could choose that it's unproductive. And I like this for you because this is the power of emotional choice. Both the Lover's card and the Two of Cups is I get to choose how I feel about something. And I like this. Productivity is in the eye of the beholder. So one moment I can feel like something's productive, and the next moment I could feel that it's not, depending on if I've got gas or not, or whatever. However I'm feeling. That's funny they brought that up. But it's like, oh, and it's constantly, it's productivity is fluid. And I feel like they're saying it's up to you. Everything with this Hierophant, everything is unfolding for you. Everything is a stepping stone helping you. There's billions of paths to get where you're going. And I just feel like your highest growth, I mean, it is growing energy, the Hierophant. So you definitely had growth in it, but I feel like they're bringing up this highest growth because that's a judgment. And they're like, growth isn't higher or lower, better or worse, right or wrong. It's different. There's different growth. And so it's like when we go, it's like if you ever ask, like a computer, or I can't say their name because they will activate, but you like ask an AI, right? Is this for my highest growth? They're like, I do not understand what highest is. And you're like, well, highest would mean when we start to get confused when we go, what's the highest growth possible? It's like, what is it, right? We're trying to define what growth is. Growth is growth, right? And I like that kind of energy coming in here because that the definition of things is in here, right? What was it? There was a quote about, um, I think it was about like organized spiritual beliefs. They were like, Jesus didn't try to define love or to try to define life. They were wanting to experience life. Buddha wasn't trying to define Buddhism. They were trying to help people experience life. Muhammad wasn't trying to create, a religion and definition of things that we're trying to get people to experience love, the higher love of life. And with all this, it's all about, our journey, our adventure for love. And, you know, you certainly grew today, but you certainly grew yesterday and the day before. What is the highest growth? When will when will uh, growth be enough growth? And what's the highest growth, right? So it's getting into that belief that there is some sort of um, level that we're trying to obtain to. And really, what we're doing is just exploring. I probably have mentioned before, Spirit showed me because I used to be a big performer, like, trying to get to the goals, trying to get to this. I was very driven in my life. And when Spirit showed me, you're a perfect mountain already, because I was like, what if I don't do anything the rest of my life? They're like, nothing changes. I'm like, what? But, because I was so driven, no, no, psst, fuses in my brain going off. But it makes sense that we are perfect mountains. We are these perfect souls already, and if you look at it as a mountain, we have all these different experiences across humanity, as animals, as plants, as different humans, human characters and everything at a low vibration, right? So we get to see from the looking up at the summit of who we are going, wow, look who we are. So this lower vibration that we're at as a human is on purpose. But we have all these other levels of vibration, all these other experiences and expressions and different dimensions and universes and galaxies and um, frequencies and everything else to explore this mountain, to walk about it, to see who we are. And so that's our goal. And we really probably don't grow. What we do is we burn away, we uncondition ourselves, we burn away that which is not us, and we get a clearer picture of who we are. So if we consider growth, how much have I burnt away? How much more clearly do I see myself? But I want to see myself at all levels of obscurity and blindness and obstacles, because that's a different viewpoint I haven't seen myself from. So there's no right or wrong viewpoint of how we're seeing ourselves. It's a variety, right? So hopefully that helps. I know that went really deep. You're like, I just need a yes or no, please. So, sort of, kind of, yes, and no. So many blessings to you, Sean. Don't hate me. I love you. All right. And then we have Krabby Kaka up 52321. There is your timestamp. Let's go. I love it. What's the love life like for you in the next 30 days? All right. Based on your current energies, let's see what you got going on. All right. That card came flying out. And they do want that one too. Do you want these two? I'm going to give you two more. So let's see here. This is the one that came flying out. You got the moon card. Dreamy. There's a lot of emotion coming in here. And we got the Wheel of Fortune too. So two major arcana. This is looking good. What's this other two here? You got the King of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So yeah, it's like a new story begins in this next 30 days. A lot of clarity around love coming in with both the king, who's the ruler with the queen of the mind and story suit, but he gets a second portion. So he's the master storyteller. So I feel like there's a new adventure unfolding here. A new story begins. I like this in the next 30 days. The Wheel of Fortune it is a tuna for you. Even your human side is like, I love how this story is unfolding. I like this. This is for me. The tuna for me. The moon card is, it's a very emotional. It's Cancer moon energy. In fact, I feel like this full moon in Scorpio that's coming up on May 1st could be the big ta-da, here comes the beginning. the curtains are parting, the here comes the play is beginning on stage, and the hidden emotion is revealed either from within you or, it could be even someone revealing emotions they have for you that you either do you know this or don't you know this? I feel like it's a new story, and I feel like it's brand new, so I don't feel like you know it at all. I feel like here comes this wonderful emotional, it's bubbling up from but deep beneath the sea. You have released the kraken of emotion, but it comes in here. I like this. I feel like the moon is really I feel like more maybe focusing just on the timing and that it's bringing it in right now, but I don't feel like you know this person. That's why this didn't when I was feeling like it's someone revealing their emotions to you, but I don't feel like you know them well enough to think that they have this, but I feel like they know a lot about you. Stalker. No, I'm just kidding, not a stalker. But I feel like this could be a friend of a friend. Like you've met them before, but not got to know them, but they've observed you interacting with their friends. Um, and I feel like they've been along for things, but I feel like they're kind of been quiet and reserved. So I that's the kind of energy I feel. It's like you know them, but you don't know them. But I feel you get to know them through your friends with that as well. But I like this beautiful story unfolding for you. Dun dun dun. You actually have someone you're seeing though. Oh wow. Well, not for long. If you are seeing someone, I mean this can be um a new part of your story begins, with that energy, because it is a new story and, unfolds, and emotions are revealed, you know, with all of that, moon energy that comes in here. So it does feel I mean, it's your human feels like this is perfect whatever's unfolding, with all of that. So, yeah, so you can apply it that way as well, because it can be that they're they're letting a new side of themselves be seen that's been silent. They definitely can be that as well. So I like that for you. So thank you for clarifying because of course it's a great thing to know that especially when we're looking at the future, when I get a kind of a general question. Of course, I'm a human, I can still interpret things, the energies, but when people give me more information, then I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is how that fits in?" So I like that. So that is what they have for you, Krabby Kaka. You're not gonna be so crabby after, you're gonna have to change your screen name. You're gonna be Happy Haha because you're gonna be so full of joy and laughing all the time. I like it. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Melissa Hotzik, you're up. 52904 is coming in here. And this is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And happy weekend to you as well. So, you want to know Sasha's opinion and impression of you. All right, we'll take a look here. Cheers, cheers. Happy haha. Do you like that? Is it a crabby caca? All right. So, Sasha's opinion and impression of you. Of course, you probably been with me long enough, Melissa. You know, right? That other people's opinion and impression of you has so much to do with their own opinion and impression of themselves. So that's going to be the looking glass through which they're seeing you is through because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are through our conditioning and our life experiences. So we always take it with a grain of salt that they're looking through these you know, foggy glasses. They don't see us clearly. And we're a mirror a lot of times, and what they're seeing is reflected um, from us what they see in themselves. So let's take a look. So we do here, oops, head upside down. We had the Eight of Wands energy coming in here. A lot of passionate energy that comes in here. Fast moving, very energetic. Um, I was gonna say passionate kind of energy, but very fiery, very go go go. You know, a lot of that fire energy that comes in here, right? Um, we have the Five of Swords too, which the five. I'm sorry, Five of Wands energy, which is interesting because this is, I mean, again, more fire energy. All this wands that I don't feel like it's like you're argumentative, but I feel like, again, you're passionate. You're passionate about things. If someone says something, you're passionate about what you believe, and you will share what you believe, not really expecting someone to necessarily change their mind. And you're not really in it, again, it's not like you're argumentative. You're just like, well, I see where you're coming from. And I don't feel like you use the "but" either. You just go, "I see where you're coming from. Where I'm coming from is this and this and this and this and this." Like, I feel like they feel like you need to be heard. That's alright. They like the fire around you here. Um, they like the fire. So, that's why they don't see it as argumentative. They see it as you're passionate. You're passionate about what you believe. You're passionate about your expression. Very energetic, very go, 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 like I said, energy. Um, very expressive of that. And again, now take everything I've said and go, how does that apply to them, right? Because again, this is that mirror that is coming in here, and they do like the fire. They like their fire. They like the fire they see in you. So I feel like that's what you want. They want you to know right now, right? So that's what they have for you, Melissa. Many blessings to you. All right, then we have Charlene. Hey, Charlene, 533. 13 is for yours. There is your timestamp. And what messages do you have coming towards you from the divine and your angels or ancestors? All right, we'll take a look here. Yeah, a reading that's more for you. Let's take a look. I love it. Cracking yourself up. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like here, you have the Seven of Pentacles, which is something you've been patiently watching grow and putting, you know, energy into. It's been, you're starting to see the fruit of something, but you've decided that whatever this is, or you will be deciding that this isn't, these aren't the droids I'm looking for, right? This isn't the fruit that I'm wanting. Why did I want apples? Then you're realizing, oh, I planted an apple orchard because everyone else was saying they wanted apple juice and apple sauce and apple fritters and apple pie and just apples, but I'm not really big on apples right now. Maybe I was excited about them when I planted these apple seeds, a while ago, but now that I have that apple harvest, I'm really in the mood for guacamole. I feel like I want to change to something different, like maybe an avocado orchard. That's what the Fool card is a new adventure, something completed, you know, because it's the first card in the major arcana, the Fool card. It's the 0. It follows the last card in the major arcana, which is the World card. Ending of a cycle, achievement of something, and going, "Meh, I wanna do something new now." a new adventure. I want to go in a different direction. So I feel like they're saying that's quite all right to do. There's no supposed to, there's no should, there's no have to. You get to choose the direction you want to go. And if this is a decision that you're wanting now to go in a different direction, then do it. You're able to go, I've gone as far as I want to in this. Now I want to embark on a new adventure. I want to leave something behind and go into something new. So, however that applies to you, you'll know what it is. Could be because you're going to be feeling unfulfilled in this fruit of something that you've been investing a lot of energy and time and emotion into. And you're like, no, I realize now I'm done with that or that person or that situation, whatever it might be, or possession or home or car or whatever it is. It's something that you're like, that's enough of that. New adventure. Not a, oh, disappointing, but a, okay, I've done that. That's good. I learned, I grew, I loved all the process. Just ready for something different inside like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Charlene. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ankita, you are up. So Ankita, here's your timestamp. And what is coming towards you? All right. Let's take a look here. What, based on your current energies, what is coming towards you? Thank you. All right. All right. So you've got the 9 of Wands, which it represents kind of like this barrier that you've been kind of pushing up against for a while. Well, what's coming towards you now is because I feel like you're stepping into your energy, like this gentleman here on the card. That used to be this a the wands in their hand. That wand used to be right here, which was blocking your way. But this Ace of Swords means you're gaining some clarity. You're seeing things from a different perspective. And because you're seeing that from that higher perspective and letting go of some expectations and kind of having an open mind about something instead of a fixed, closed, stubborn mind around something, that you're able to step into your power and you take that Ace of Wands, and then it opens up this place to allow you to step through. And I feel like a big piece of this information is that you're realizing that I'm the one that draws things toward me. I'm the one who, if I'm focusing on higher vibration, I draw higher vibration things toward me. So the more I'm focusing on unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and play and peace, I get more stuff that matches that. When I'm focusing on my fears and my need and want and lack energy, I get more of that. I don't get the solutions to the stuff of that. I get more of the stuff that matches that energy. So you really it's clicking, and it feels like it even clicks from because you know a lot of this, it drops into here to where you know a lot of this, and that's when you step into your power, and you're able to, whatever this block that you've been feeling you've been hitting your head up against for a long time, it opens right up and allows you to slide on through, and move forward. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. I think that is everything that I have right now. So thank you guys for those of you that hung out during my power outage. Thank you again so much for that. Um, if you haven't got into my giveaway, where every full moon and new moon, I do have a giveaway for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. This is the link that I just posted in the chat on how to get into that drawing. Earlier today, I did post my making the most of full moon energy, specifically for the Scorpio full moon. I do put that out a week before. So it came out today because the new moon, I'm not new moon, full moon is next Friday. So you have a chance to look at and prepare for your release energies and your affirmations. If you want to dive even deeper into the basics of making the most of full moon energy, that dives really into release ceremonies and release energy and how to create affirmations that are powerful. So if you want, that's all free for you. And every 2 weeks, I do come out with a new podcast, episode. My podcast is The Easier Path, and this last one was the Empath's Heart Song, but if you wanna catch up on any of the others, all the playlist links are down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name, they are at the main, at the top of my YouTube channel page too. So, that is what we have, everybody. Thank you again for all your love and all your support and your patience in getting to your readings. Also, for all the thumbs up, it does help spread the Zen love. So, thanks for being part of the love tsunami. And I will be on tomorrow. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So, I shall return as long as we have power. So, until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So, until I see you again, much love. Hang in there, take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon.